Hello, gimana?
it before. But looking in your eye, you're just like an angel. Your skin makes me cry. You float like a feather in a beautiful world. I wish I was special, so very special. But I'm a crip, I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. I don't care if it hurts. I wanna have control. I want a perfect body. I want a perfect soul. I want you to notice, but I'm not around. You're so very special. I wish I was special, but I'm a crip, and I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't belong here. Oh, oh, she's running out. She runs. She's running out. She run, 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 run. Whatever makes you happy, whatever you want. You're so very special. I wish I was special, but I'm a crip. I'm a weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? 'Cause I don't belong here. I don't belong here. flock of birds hovering above, just a flock of birds. It's how you think of love, and I always look up to the sky, pray before the dawn, 'cause they fly away. Sometimes they arrive, sometimes they are gone. They fly on. Flock of birds hovering above, in a smoking tunnel, following them up. Still I always look up to the sky, way before the dawn, 'cause they fly away. One minute they arrive, next you know they're gone. They fly on. Maybe one day I'll fly next to you. Fly on, right through. Maybe one day I can fly with you. Fly on. Fly on. Fly on.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning to all. Hello everyone, welcome to Dietetics Online Workshop 2024. Case study manuscript writing, mastering clinical manuscript from drafting to publication. My name is Muhammad Ramadan and I will be your moderator for today's webinar. Before we dive in, I would like to take a moment to wish all the dietitians in attendance a happy Malaysian Dietitians Day. Dear participants, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to invite you to follow our Pusat Terapi Diet, Center for Dietetic Studies, Fakulti of Health Sciences on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. Join us to access expert tips, personalized diet advice, and the latest insights in nutrition science, all in one place. Begin your journey to a healthier lifestyle with us. Don't miss out, become a part of our community now. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, here are some housekeeping announcements to all respected participants. We are pleased to inform you that this webinar is accredited to CPD points. To receive your points, please ensure that you stay until the end of the session. The details on how to claim your CPD points will be provided in the email later. Please keep your microphone mute throughout the session to avoid any background noise and turn on your cameras whenever possible. You are encouraged to ask questions at any time during the webinar using the chat box. I will read the question and our speaker will address your questions after the session. This session is being recorded, and a copy of the recording, presentation materials, and e-certificate will be shared with you via email. If you experience any technical issues during the webinar, please use the chat function to contact us, to contact our technical team. A QR code of attendance and feedback will be displayed at the end of the session. For any inquiries on attendance, please contact Puan Hidayah at 018-249-4048. I repeat, 018-249-4048. Or you can contact Puan Shima at 010-22-55586. 010-22-55586. Dear participants, we are honored to have a panel of distinguished speakers who will guide us through the key processes involved in drafting, refining, and publishing clinical case study manuscripts. The objective of today's webinar are to enhance your proficiency in clinical case writing, to refine your ability to structure and develop manuscripts, and to introduce you to innovative approaches in writing successful case studies. Ladies and gentlemen, this workshop is aimed at all healthcare professionals, including dietitians, educators, nutritionists, and undergraduate and postgraduate students. Alhamdulillah, today participants are from diverse backgrounds, including allied health sciences professionals, medical doctors, pharmacists, and dentists. Thank you to everyone for your time. Dear participants, today we are glad to have three distinguished speakers. Our first speaker is Puan Maslina Muhammad, a dietitian from Hospital Kuala Lumpur. She will be sharing her expertise on clinical case writing and its practical applications. Next is Prof. Dr. Barakatun Nisa Muhammad Yusof, a professor at the Department of Dietetics, Fakulti of Medicine and Health Sciences, University Putra, Malaysia. She will provide valuable insights on how to structure and publish high-quality manuscripts. Our third speaker is Ms. Ho Chiao Yi, a dietitian from the Institute Cancer Negara. Ms. Ho will guide us through innovative methods for manuscript writing. Ladies and gentlemen, to start our program, I would like to invite our program manager, Puan Hidayah Bidin, to deliver her welcome address. Please give her a warm welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. A very good morning and a very warm welcome to everyone. It is a great honor to be here with all of you as we gather for this important event to enhance our expertise and knowledge in clinical practice. So today's program reflects our commitment to advancing the quality and standards of our clinical practice and educations. So this program has been participated in various health professionals, including medical doctors, dentists, pharmacists, nutritionists, and also dietitians, and not to forget for the students as well. So this writing case studies program in particular offers a very powerful way to share real-world insights, which it bridges the theory and the practice to contribute to the continuous growth of the knowledge in our respective fields. So this workshop has been carefully designed to provide you with the techniques and strategies to develop high quality standout manuscript. So whether you are an experienced writer or just the beginning of this journey, I'm confident that today's session will enhance our writing skills, refine our approach to the case studies, and inspire to everyone to contribute for a more meaningful to our disciplines. So I want to thank to esteemed speakers, moderators for their time and expertise, and not to forget to my incredible and great team and all of you for participating in this learning journey. So let us use this opportunity to learn, share, collaborate for the betterment of our academic, clinical practice, and of course for our professional communities. Thank you so much. So I'm very confident that we will gain a valuable insight from our speakers today. So let's actively engage, prepare ourselves with open minds and maximize this opportunity to enhance our knowledge and skills. So together we can create a more enriching and fulfilling experience to everyone. So I think that's all from me. Thank you so much and Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Puan Hidayah, for your welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our first session. I am excited to introduce our distinguished speaker and share some key insights about her. Puan Maslina Muhammad is a dietitian at Hospital Kuala Lumpur and has 22 years of experience in the field. She has extensive clinical experience in various specializations, including genetics, inherited metabolic diseases, nephrology, and intensive care. Puan Maslina was awarded the second prize for Best Dietitian Case Study Oral Presentation in 2014 and 2015, and the first prize for Best Dietitian Case Study Poster Presentation in 2018. She has also been involved in developing educational resources such as the My Protein Guide dietary applications and multiple nutrition guidelines. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Puan Maslina Muhammad to deliver her presentation entitled Fundamental of Nutritional Case Studies and Overview. Over to you, Puan Maslina.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Puan.
Alright, okay. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum.
Sorry, Puan Maslina. Okay. All right, we just saw your face. Okay, all right. You can start, Puan Maslina. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, okay. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to all. Okay, thank you, Dr. Ramadan, for your kind introduction. First of all, I would like to thank you, UiTM team, for inviting me to give a talk about overview of the basic of nutritional fundamental of or basic of nutritional case studies. I will talk about more on how to present case study or either oral or poster presentation. Okay, this is outline for today's presentation. Okay. Before we go further, first of all, we need to know what is definition of the nutritional case study. Okay, nutritional case study is defined as a detailed analysis of an individual's or group dietary intake, health status, and lifestyle factors to assess nutritional habits, nutritional habits, health outcome, and potential interventions. Okay, so these case studies are often used in clinical settings, research, or educational contexts to understand the relationship between the nutrition and health, diagnose nutritional deficiency, or design personalized nutrition plans. So, what is the difference between the nutritional case studies or clinical case studies? Okay, the difference between the nutritional case studies and a clinical case study lie in their scope, focus, scope, and the type of the data they emphasize. Okay, for the nutritional case study, they focus on the primary concern with the person's diet, nutritional intake, and the relationships between the nutrition and the health outcome. Whereas for the clinical case studies, broader medical or health related, usually focusing on the diagnosis, treatment, and the management of the specific disease or medical conditions. So it may for the nutritional case study, Scott may examine specific dietary habits, deficiencies, or excessive, and how this impact overall health or contribute to the specific health conditions such as malnutrition or obesity or the chronic diseases like diabetes, cardiovascular diseases. Whereas for the clinical case study, the scope is cover for a wide range of health issues, including infectious disease, chronic diseases, surgical cases, or psychiatric disorders, and often look at the patient's history, diagnostic processes, or and the therapeutic interventions. So for the nutritional case study, the data, we get it from the dietary records, food frequency, questionnaire, nutrient intake, and trigonometry measurement, and the biochemical data that or markers of the nutritional status. And whereas for the clinical case study, they obtain the data from the medical history, clinical symptoms, physical examination, diagnostics tests, lab work, imaging, treatment, and outcomes. Then it include various therapeutic or the pharmacological interventions. And usually for the nutritional case study, the goal is often to understand the role of nutrition in the development, prevention, or management of the health condition. It might also evaluate the effectiveness of the dietary intervention. Whereas for the clinical case study, the outcome is to understand the medical condition and the clinical reasoning behind the diagnosis and the treatment, as well as to share insights into the treatment efficacy and the patient recovery. So why case studies in nutrition is so important? Okay. So first, from the nutritional case studies, okay, it can personalize nutrition care of the patients. As case studies are usually individualized approach. So it may allow for the deep exploration of an individual's unique nutritional needs, considering patient's factors like age, health status, lifestyle, and the cultural preference. They help nutrition professionals such as say dietitians, pharmacists, nutritionists, doctors to create tailored interventions. And we can understand patient variability because every patient responds differently to the dietary intervention. Case studies highlight the variation in metabolic response, food tolerance, and the impact of genetic and the environmental factors. So case studies are important as a platform bridging theory between theory and the practical, and we can apply our knowledge in case studies, as case studies offer a practical application of the nutrition science. Also allow students and others healthcare professionals to apply theoretical knowledge, such as understanding metabolism or nutrient biochemistry to their real life scenarios. We also apply critical thinking in managing case studies by analyze case studies. Healthcare practitioners can develop problem solving and analytical skill, learning how to navigate complex scenarios with a multidisciplinary approach. So from the case study, okay, we also can see the holistic view of patients' health. Nutritional case studies typically consider various dimensions of health, such as medical history, biochemical data, dietary patterns, and the lifestyle factors. This holistic approach improves we to understand on how nutrition fits into overall health management. So from the case study also, we can strengthen interdisciplinary collaboration among healthcare professionals, including dietitians, doctors, pharmacists, nurses, and nutritionists, to emphasize the importance of the teamwork in the managing patient care. So case studies are important. So case studies are important to build the evidence base. Okay, well-documented case studies contribute to the scientific literature and help create evidence-based guidelines for managing specific conditions such as obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and other disease. Okay, and it is also important to demonstrate outcomes as case studies provide detailed insights into the effectiveness of nutrition interventions and showing us how certain dietary changes or nutrients focused treatment can be linked to the positive health outcomes. So case studies, nutritional case studies also can highlight the role of cultural, social, and economic factors in the dietary behavior. Case studies demonstrate how nutrition recommendation must be adapted to fit different population needs and situations. Case studies also can be practical solutions for the community health, showing how local interventions can be adapted to a larger populations. So case studies, importance of the case studies in nutrition, because from the case study, we can learn from the success and the challenges that we are having when handling the case. We can identify the best practice as it will document both successful strategies and challenges faced during the nutritional interventions, and this will provide a valuable lesson for the future cases. Okay, case studies usually reveal practical challenges such as patient adherence to the or food access issues, helping nutrition professionals anticipate and address these challenges in the future cases. So from the case study, we can also make an innovation in nutrition interventions, especially for the rare disease, such as maple syrup urine disease, phenylketonuria, because of the limited guideline in handling this case. Okay? By analyzing case studies, healthcare professionals can explore new or experimental approaches to the nutrition therapy, understanding their real-world impact before broader application. Okay? So as for me, as a country representative for the Society of the Inborn Error of Metabolism, which is one of the rare disease society in the world, we will discuss and sharing our case during our meeting and how we manage the case in our country, and then we see others country manage how they manage their rare disease. So and then we exchange our management, and then we try to implement in our country. So awareness gain from the case studies often trigger new research questions and drive innovation in the nutrition science, okay, leading to the guidelines, to the advancements in dietary guidelines and then clinical practice. So what should we do before choosing a case study? Either to present oral presentation or poster presentation or for the publication. What should we do? Okay, so there are step-by-step guide, okay, before choosing a case study. So firstly, we need to identify the purpose of the case study. Okay, clarify the objective, determine why you want to conduct this case study. Okay, are you aiming to explore a particular conditions, or assess an interventions, or evaluate a population's groups into nutritional needs? Okay, so we also need to identify our target audience. We have to consider who will benefit from the case study, either students, healthcare professional, or a specific community. Then we have to plan what the type of case that we want to select. Okay? Either clinical case, which is focused on an individual with specific health conditions such as obesity, cardiovascular disease, okay, or community-based case by looking at the population levels nutritional issues such as malnutrition among orang asli or food insecurity. Or do we want to select the preventive case, which is highlight on the preventive nutrition approach, such as promoting balanced diet to prevent diabetes, okay, or age specific case, such as focus on pediatric population or geriatric population or mental health, depending on the group you are addressing. So then we need to review, is there any existing literature and evidence? Okay, conduct a thorough review of the latest research on the nutritional topics and conditions that you are focusing on. Then this will help identify gaps and ensure your study align with the existing knowledge. And you have to use evidence-based guideline by looking at the established guideline, protocols, and recommendations from the credible organizations like American Dietetics Association or WHO, or we have CPG in our country, CPG by MOH, MNT, by MDA, to ground your case in evidence-based practice. So then we have to define the case criteria, look at patient selection. If you want to focus on a clinical case, define the specific characteristic, okay, such as patient's age, health conditions, lifestyle, and so on, of the patient, of the subject group that we want to study. Okay, or do the nutritional focus, decide what aspect of nutrition you want to do or to explore, such as either you want to explore the micronutrient distribution, micronutrient deficiencies, dietary habit, or the effect of the specific dietary interventions. So have to set clear guideline on who will be part of the study and who want to ensure the case is well focused and relevant. This is for the, if you want to do the case series, pick a few cases with the same, with this with the same criteria. So then we have to gather background information, okay? Collect all the medical history from the medical records, including the previous diagnosis, okay? Medications, allergies, and family history. Then for the dietary history, we have to document the patient's typical dietary patterns through tools, okay, such as food diaries, 24 hours diet record, or food frequency questionnaires, okay. And then we have to look at lifestyle information, okay, consider lifestyle factors, okay, like physical activity, stress levels, and the social habit that may influence nutritional needs and outcomes. Then we have to consider ethical and legal aspect to ensure the patients and all subjects will understand the study's purpose and give informed consent. In cases involving minors or vulnerable populations, ensure additional protections are in place. Okay, and for me, I will always ask permission from the parents or patient himself, asking them, telling them that I will present their case in the conference and it's very confidential. And confidential of our patient is a must. Okay, always safeguard the patient's personal and health information, adhering to the ethical standard and relevant regulations. And we also have to consider the case feasibility. Okay, evaluate the time frame for the study, whether you have access to the necessary resources, such as dietary analysis tool. Do we have the access? We have to assess to patient. We have the access to patient or the participants, and ensure that we can gather enough data from the patient or subjects, especially if a follow-up is required for the dietary interventions outcomes. Determine, we have to determine where if others healthcare professional such as doctors or lab technician need to be involved or not in our study for a better comprehensive analysis. Okay, That's why collaboration with the others healthcare providers are crucial in managing case. Then we have to set data collection methods. For the anthropometric data, plan to collect data on such as on weight, height, body mass index, body composition is available, and other relevant measures. Okay. And for the biochemical assessment, consider tests for the nutrient level, blood glucose, cholesterol, or other indicators that are relevant to the case. And for the dietary analysis, choose tools for tracking dietary intake, such as either to use food diary, okay, or cycling method or diet recall. And we have to set clear method lah for analysing nutrient adequacy or deficiencies. Okay, normally we use nutritionist pro for the dietary analysis. Then we have to establish the outcomes and the goals. Define success criteria by identifying what success looks like in this case, such as improve biomarkers, changes in the dietary behavior, or enhance quality of life. For genetic cases, mostly case study is our aim is to enhance quality of life quality of patient's life. Okay, then we have to ensure the outcomes contribute to the broader public health goals or clinical practice, such as improving dietary recommendations or refining interventions strategies. So after we know the step-by-step before choosing the case study, okay, so now we move to our next step on how to select a unique case study. Okay, selecting a unique nutritional case studies involve careful consideration of several key factors to ensure the case is clear and relevant. Okay, the first criteria to find a unique case study is we have to identify a rare or uncommon nutritional conditions. Okay, choose a nutritional disorder that is not commonly reported or studied. Okay, example like inherited metabolic disorder, such as disease like a phenylketonuria or maple syrup disease. So in this case, I think I quite fortunate because as a genetic and metabolic dietitians, we have this rare nutritional conditions patient that we can present, but you can also have the conditions such as micronutrient deficiency is also uncommon. Micronutrient deficiency in specific populations such as selenium or iodine deficiencies in the certain geographic regions. This is uncommon. And then rare dietary patterns or cultural diet, such as unusual traditional diets in orang asli population. Then if you have orang asli cases, pediatric cases, orang asli living in the rural area, in the kampung orang asli, then we can curate that case. We can create that case and make it a unique and make it unique cases. Okay, and for the allergies and intolerance to the uncommon food items, such as conditions such as fructose intolerance, lactose intolerance. This is a uncommon nutritional conditions. Sometimes it's also related to the genetic. And then second selection of to find a unique case study, we focus on a unique population group. Okay, select a population or demographic that has not been widely studied in relation to state to nutrition. Okay, example like ethnic or indigenous group. with the specific dietary practice, pregnant mom or lactating woman, lactating mom with a specific dietary needs, elderly individuals in underserved communities, children with developmental disorders, and unique nutritionist children with the developmental disorders and unique nutritional requirement. Okay, this is we can call it unique population group. Then to find a unique case study, we explore unusual nutritional intervention. Choose a case study that involves innovative or alternative nutritional intervention, such as plant-based or vegan diets in the treatment of specific chronic diseases, or we use the intervention for ketogenic or low-fat diets in managing conditions like epilepsy or irritable bowel syndrome, functional foods, or nutraceutical in improving specific health outcomes. So then focus on the nutritional challenge in the specific health conditions. Find a case where nutrition play a significant role in the management of the less commonly associated with the health condition. Example like nutrition in mental health, such as the role of omega-3 fatty acid in depression or anxiety, nutritional strategies in the cancer management, like acid management through the nutrition in advanced cancer, or the nutrition in the post-surgical recovery, especially for uncommon surgeries or medical conditions. So then we select the case that we need to examine imaging nutritional science based on your case study on the latest trend in the nutritional science. Example like gut microbiome research and its influence on nutrition and overall health. Personalized nutrition based on the genetic factors, and this is quite latest now. Personalized nutrition based on genetic factors or epigenetic, sustainable nutrition, and the impact of the plant-based or alternatives protein sources on the long-term health. Then to find a unique case, we investigate environmental or geographical impact on nutrition. Choose a case that we can choose the case that explore how the environment and geographical factors affect nutrition. Example like I don't know, do we have this in our country, but example that food security issues in the specific regions leading to unique nutritional challenge, impact of climate change on the food availability and nutrient intakes, and nutrient availability in regions with soil deletions or environmental contaminations. So this is a unique case study that you can present. Then for the key components of nutritional case studies, because nutritional case study typically we examines the dietary habits, health conditions, and the nutrition needs of individuals or groups. Okay, then key components of the case study, which is our dietitians nutrition care process, which is include patients and clients medical, dietary, and social history. And for the nutrition assessment, we include anthropometric measurement, which such as height, weight, body mass index, and then for the biochemical data, such as patients for the episodic disease or the PKU or our inherited metabolic disease, we will see patient plasma amino acid level, and then for the diabetic vessel, we receive HbA1c, and the random blood glucose, fasting blood glucose, and then the lipid profile, And these are biochemical data we obtained from the patient's notes. Okay, we also assess clinical examinations, which is nutrition focused physical finding to our patient, and dietary assessment from patients' food diary or history will also assess to identify any pattern or such as high sugar intake, low fiber, or inadequate protein intake based on the case lah. Okay, and then for the dietary analysis, we can see the nutritional gaps that we have in the case. Nutritional diagnosis was used to identify nutrition-related problems, identify specific nutritional issues or imbalance by using standardized language. I think all of us here as a dietitian will know that we use this PES statement, PESP, problem, etiology, as signs and symptoms statements to make a nutritional diagnosis. Okay, so from the nutritional diagnosis, then we do the intervention strategies. Okay, by developing nutrition intervention plan. Example like dietary changes, such as for the improving diet quality, such as increasing fruit, increasing fiber intake, reducing processed food, or giving supplement with oral nutrition supplement with the available products, or behavior strategies by giving guidance on portion control, planning, or mindful eating. And then we set the goal of our nutrition intervention. Then we do the meal planning in the ward or the clinic, and then the discharge meal planning, and the dietary supplements if needed. So, and then monitoring and evaluation. Okay, monitoring and evaluations are key components of any nutrition interventions. Monitoring refers to the continuous assessment of the progress of an intervention. While evaluation involve the systematic analysis of the outcomes at the specific interval. Okay, both help determine whether the intervention is effective and then we can identify area for the improvements from the monitoring and evaluation. So, and then from the monitoring and evaluation, we can adjust the plan as needed based on the outcomes. This monitoring and evaluation is very important in managing the case and in the case studies. Okay, this is the example on how we write patient. This is not the best example, but this is what I have. Okay, this is example on how we write patient history or information for oral presentation. Here we put patient's diagnosis, patient's social data, and then for anthropometry data, okay, usually we put patient weight and height, okay, and do not forget to interpret the data. Okay, let's say for this patient, he is pediatric patient, and from the weight and height, we have to put the percentile from the growth chart. And so if adult, we can use BMI lah, for example. And then this is the biochemical data that we obtain from patients' medical records, and then we have to interpret lah the data. Okay, we can show the biochemical data that related to the patient, because my patient is maple syrup disease patient, so diagnosis with maple syrup disease. So we have to see his plasma amino acid level, which is BCAA, branch amino acid, which is valine, isoleucine, and leucine. And this is nutrition focused physical finding or clinical assessment for this patient. So for this patient, we have vomiting, pale skin, ataxia, his unsteady gut, and syrup adore in his ear, its lumen, and urine. And then under the nutrition assessment, we take the food nutrition related history, and then we can see lah we can see we have to analyze the intake from the dietary history. And then this is nutritional diagnosis for this patient at that time. And then under the nutrition intervention, we dietitian we have to find this to give a competitive standard, which is the calorie, energy, protein, and others requirement. This is all based on the evidence base and guidelines that we use. Okay, and then we'll in the nutrition intervention, there will be a short-term course or a long-term course that we have to set in our case studies. Okay, this is the nutrition intervention. Let's put it under the nutrition intervention lah, what we do to our patient. And then this is monitoring and evaluation. This is why monitoring and evaluation is very important in the case study, because from the monitoring and evaluation, we can set the new intervention to achieve the outcomes. Okay, this is under the nutrition monitoring and evaluation also. So this patient have a 3-monthly follow-up at our metabolic genetic clinic in HKL. Okay, so these are the example of the nutritional case studies from the poster competition. Okay, some of the criteria for the good case study poster. The case study should have a clear objective or research questions that guide the viewer through the study's purpose and the significance of the studies. Okay, information should be presented in the concise and digestible format. Avoid long paragraph, use bullet point, short sentences, and clear heading. Ensure that the posters follows a logical sequence from the introduction to the conclusions. And then the audience should easily follow the progression of the case without confusion. So the flow of the poster, we should stress on the flow. Okay, to make it easy, you can write the number for the viewer to make viewer easy to read your poster. You can put numbers, okay, as a guide. So, and then ensure that the poster follows a logical sequence from the introductions to the conclusion. Okay, so use a color screen that ensure people can read. Okay, for example, black text on the white background or dark text on the light colors. Okay, we can use bold color to highlight key points, but avoid overly bright or clashing colors. Okay, and if we have to include image, charts and graph to visually convey important data. For example, use charts to show nutritional assessment or progress over time. Then our poster must be in readable font size and type. Okay, use large font of title and body text. Okay, normally we can use area or calibre that are easier to read from the distance. Then balance layout. Use column. Sorry. Use balance. Balance layout. Okay. Use column section or boxes to structure the content. Okay. Ensuring a clean and organized layout. Okay. Avoid overcrowding with too much text or image. Okay. And then we have to use contextual information, which is provide sufficient background about the patients or the community, which is relevant to the medical history and the nutritional issues that been addressed. Explain in our poster, we explain why the case is significant. Okay, and then briefly outline the assessment method used, such as dietary recall, anthropometric measures, or biochemical tests. The section should show how the patient's nutritional status was evaluated. Okay, result should include quantifiable data. Such as changes in the BMI, changes in the weight, changes in the blood glucose level, okay, to provide the evidence of the intervention's effectiveness. And then provide a brief discussion of the result. How did the patient respond to the intervention? Were there any complication or an unexpected outcome? So all of this we mentioned in the discussion. Okay. Pendek kata, our poster, if the viewer read our poster, they know everything about our case. They don't have any question at all after view our poster. That's the good poster lah. Okay, so why nutritional case study? Sorry. Okay, why nutritional case studies are highly effective tool for creating personalized nutrition interventions. Okay, there are several challenges and considerations that we need to address. Okay. Okay. First, our first challenge and consideration is patient compliance. It's one of the biggest challenges. Is ensuring the patients follow through the dietary recommendation. It's I think this is a very challenge for us as a dietitian. Okay, people may struggle with adherence due to the personal preference, busy lifestyle, or lack of motivations. Okay, here we can use motivational interviewing techniques to understand patients' barrier and set realistic, achievable goals. Okay, and then gradual changes and flexible meal plans can make adherence easier. Providing ongoing support and follow-up is a key to a long-term success. And then dietary recommendations may have conflict with the cultural, religious, or the social preference. So, for example, a nutrition plan for a vegetarian patient. In this case, we might need to adjust the dietary intervention to ensure the sufficient protein intake for our patients. So we have to always take into account the patient's cultural background, food preference, and the dietary restrictions. And we have to utilize locally as possible. We have to localize locally available foods to create sustainable dietary changes. Then many of our patients or individuals or communities, okay, may lack access to the certain foods, okay. May lack access to the certain foods, healthcare services or supplements, which is can limit the implementation of an optimal nutrition plan. Okay, then in this case, we have to consider to create cost-effective and practical meal plans using available resources. Okay, then we need to suggest to the doctor. In this case, maybe we have to suggest to the doctor to refer to the patient to the social worker or zakat or tabung bantuan perubatan or others organisation for the continuity of the nutrition plan before patient discharge from the ward. And then educate client or patient on preparing in expensive, nutrient-dense meal using locally available foods is possible. We try to use our local available foods. And then okay. Our challenge in managing nutritional care studies also we need to collaborate with others healthcare providers such as doctors, nurses, pharmacists, physical therapists for the comprehensive patient care. Then miscommunication or differing treatment goals can be barrier if there is no collaboration among the healthcare providers. So we have to establish clear communication lines with the broader healthcare teams to ensure a coordinated approach. Okay, then we have to promote for the role of nutrition or dietary treatment in the patient's overall care plan. Regularly update the team on the patient's progress and any nutritional adjustment made. So and then I think this is also a challenge in managing nutritional case studies. So there will be a challenge for us as a dietitian if the patient present with the multiple chronic conditions. We don't know which one which one can make a nutrition interventions. Which one which one is to prioritize our management. And then this can make nutritional interventions more complex. So then in this condition, we have to prioritize the most critical nutritional interventions and that we have the greatest impact on health outcomes. And then we have to work closely with others healthcare providers to manage medication or other therapies alongside the dietary changes. Make the doctors knows what we do. Okay, and then we have to customize the nutrition plans to balance the multiple conditions without overwhelming the patients. Okay, because every patient has a unique and different needs, okay, and different preference and different health conditions, then sometimes this could be a challenge for us also, okay. And then in this case, we have to consider always place the patient at the center of care, empower our patients by involving them in decision making about their own nutrition plan, then foster an ongoing relationship to build trust, ensuring that adjustments are personalized over time. Okay. Then purpose of nutritional case studies for our future generation. By doing nutritional case studies, we can promote preventive healthcare. So proper nutrition, we have proper nutrition to disease prevention. Nutritional case studies also can offer future generation the tools to maintain long-term health. And then we can emphasize the importance of the healthy eating habits from an early age to reduce the risk of chronic diseases later in life. Okay, and then from the nutritional case studies also can inspiring sustainable eating habits. Okay, then with the increasing concern about the food sustainability and the environments, these case studies can guide future generations, okay, towards diet that not only promote health but also have environmentally sustainable, such as a plant-based diet. Okay. And then from the nutritionist case study, can also advance personalized nutrition. As research progress, nutritional case studies can promote the growth of personalized nutrition, where diet are tailored to an individual's genetic, metabolic, and microbiome profile. This personalized approach can lead to more effective health outcome for future generations. Then from the nutritional case studies, we can also educate future health professionals. Available tool for educating upcoming nutritionists, dietitians, and healthcare professionals. Okay, so by analyzing real life scenarios, they can apply theoretical knowledge to practical, which is patient-centered care. And then from the nutritional case study also, we can address emerging global health issues. New and emerging health challenges such as rising obesity rates, the spread of the non-communicable disease NCD, and the food insecurity. This will allow for more effective targeted intervention. And then from the nutritional case studies also, we can improve global nutritional standards for the future generation. And as a global dietary trends shift, nutritional case studies will help develop evidence-based guidelines and recommendations that ensure future generation have access to safe nutrition and balanced diet. So in conclusions, nutritional case studies are vital for populations. By combining through assessment, personalized intervention, and evidence-based practice, we can create more effective targeted nutrition plans that lead to better health outcomes. And then whether applied in the clinical setting or community program, the role of nutritional professional in assessing and adapting to unique case study is essential for achieving success. So as we have seen through various examples, case studies not only highlight the complexity of the nutrition care, but also demonstrate its transformative potentials when tailored to the individual's needs. By continually refining our approaches and embracing the evolving landscape of nutrition science, we can make a meaningful difference in the health and well-being of those we serve. Okay, this is my reference. And before I end my presentation, I would like to remind myself and others participants that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And for that, let us present our nutritional case study for a better future outcome. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you to Puan Masina for a very wonderful sharing session. I believe,
Uh,
yes, I would agree with Puan Masina.
Dr.
Yeah.
Ramadan, can we have a break for 5 minutes?
Yeah, sure, can.
Okay.
So everyone, we are going to have a break for 5 minutes. Then I hope we will continue with Q&A session.
Nama saya Nora Shima Raja. Saya merupakan pegawai dietetik dari Pusat Terapi Diet. Pusat Terapi Diet merupakan klinik dietetik di bawah naungan entiti klinik Fakulti Sains Kesihatan, UiTM Cawangan Selangor, kampus Puncak Alam. Klien kami akan bertemu dengan dietitian yang mana juga dikenali sebagai pegawai dietetik yang akan membantu klien dalam meluruskan diet klien tersebut. Antara perkhidmatan yang kami tawarkan di Pusat Terapi Diet adalah yang pertamanya adalah penilaian antropometri, yang mana status pemakanan seseorang ataupun klien kami dapat diketahui dengan melakukan penilaian berat badan, tinggi, indeks jisim tubuh dan peratusan lemak badan. Dietitian kami akan melakukan penilaian status pemakanan klien berdasarkan maklumat tersebut. Bagi perkhidmatan kedua, penilaian keputusan ujian darah yang berkaitan dengan pemakanan. Jika klien telah melakukan ujian darah seperti ujian glukos atau kolesterol, keputusan ujian tersebut akan dinilai oleh pegawai dietetik bagi memberi nasihat pemakanan yang berkaitan. Penilaian klinikal yang mana itu adalah perkhidmatan kami yang ketiga, status pemakanan seseorang ataupun klien boleh diketahui dengan melakukan penilaian dipanggil Nutrition Focus Physical Examination. Nutrition Focus Physical Examination ini adalah penilaian status pemakanan berdasarkan keadaan fizikal seseorang. Antaranya adalah penilaian otot dan lemak di seluruh anggota badan bagi menentukan sama ada klien mempunyai risiko malnutrisi atau kekurangan zat makanan. Dan seterusnya adalah penilaian pemakanan. Maklumat gaya pemakanan seharian klien kami akan ambil dan menentukan sama ada pemakanan dari segi pengambilan kalori, makronutrien dan mikronutrien klien menepati garis panduan pemakanan ataupun tidak. Perkhidmatan terapi pemakanan perubatan akan dilakukan yang mana setelah maklumat penilaian status pemakanan klien diperoleh, pegawai dietetik akan memberikan terapi pemakanan perubatan kepada klien berdasarkan penyakit yang dihidapi. Selain daripada perkhidmatan penilaian dan juga kaunseling, kami juga menawarkan perkhidmatan program promosi kesihatan. Setiap tahun, Pusat Terapi Diet akan menganjurkan program promosi kesihatan. Antaranya adalah program penurunan berat badan seperti Slim Possible, program kecerdasan seperti Run with Dietitian dan siri seminar, webinar dan live talk. Contohnya, webinar bersiri Health is Wealth, Key Part of Nutrition. Untuk mengetahui lebih lanjut berkenaan program anjuran Pusat Terapi Diet, boleh mengikuti page Facebook Pusat Terapi Diet. individu yang prihatin akan isu diet dan ingin memperbaiki tahap kesihatan sangat dialukan untuk datang ke klinik kami. Dan individu yang mempunyai masalah kesihatan termasuk obesiti atau penyakit lain, contohnya diabetes mellitus, masalah tinggi kolesterol, hipertensi, masalah buah pinggang atau gout, atau anda mempunyai anak kurang berat badan atau bantut pembesaran, anda sangat dialukan untuk datang ke pusat terapi kami bagi mendapatkan perkhidmatan.
Hello everyone, welcome back to our webinar. So before we start off our Q&A session, I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Pusat, who are already in this room. Right, Professor, for your information, we are in the middle of Q&A session with our first speaker, Puan Maslina. So Puan Maslina, can we kick off our Q&A session? Puan Maslina?
Dengar?
Can we start? Can we start our Q&A session? Okay, I will read out a question in the chat box. Okay, our first question from Dr. O. Chin. His question is, before choosing a case resource such as time, manpower, monetary to conduct a research will often limit the depth quality of research. How do you balance the existing resources and the ambitions of conducting a research? From your steps, assess feasibility comes after looking for case or areas of interest. Do you find any difficulties in execution, having to scrap the initial area of interest?
Quite. So, how do you balance the existing resources and the actions of that? Quite difficult to answer this question actually. Yeah. I don't know how to. It's a good question actually, and then I don't know because if we want to do the study or the research, we discuss with the doctors, with geneticists, and then we do the discussion, and then what to do, what not to do, and then if there's a chances to do the research, then we do. If not, we don't do the research.
Yeah, I would agree with Puan Maslina, based on our capabilities and the availability of our facilities and resources.
Yes.
So we just try to optimize whatever that we have to produce a good case study, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I hope that satisfies Dr. O. Let's move on to the next question from Nur Izzati Roslan. Assalamualaikum Puan Maslina. I take note on your suggestion to choose a unique case study. What if we only has not so unique case or common case? Then how to make that case unique or interesting?
Okay, this is a good question actually. Not so many people handle with the so unique case like inherited metabolic disease genetic, which is very. But from my previous slide, unique case is not only genetic inherited metabolic disease. You can make even diabetic. You can make diabetics unique cases. Unique cases, but you need to find something different from the usual intervention you do, and then you have to tackle the audience where you want to present. Let's say you want to present type diabetes, the pediatrician, for the endocrinologist. So you have to tackle the endocrinologist at that conference, and then make it your case unique. I don't know how, but unique is unique means is an uncommon uncommon cases, uncommon intervention that you do to your patient, even though your case is common cases, but the intervention you do is uncommon. That's we call it unique for me. Yes.
Okay. I hope that satisfies Puan Izzati. And I believe that from the slide that Puan Maslina has shared us just now, the uniqueness of the case study can be seen through the methodology, the intervention, the targeted population, and whatnot. I believe that could help to improve or increase the uniqueness of a case study. Now, move on to the next question from Nur Farhana Mat Said. Based on the example poster, I have question on how do we write monitoring and evaluation for cases involved many follow-up. Do we need to combine all the follow-up and summarize it?
Okay. For the poster that I presented earlier, for the PKU poster, that one we have many follow-up for our patient, and then even from my my oral presentation also, we do have lots of monitoring and evaluation. Okay, you don't need we don't need to write up all the monitoring and evaluation. Just take a few follow-ups and then a few time prints that you do the interventions. I suggest that let's say we do the intervention, the unit intervention at let's say at the age of a patient 3 years old, and then the outcomes, we see the outcomes at patient at the age of patient at 4 years old. So we just do the monitoring evaluation within that time only. That's my suggestion lah for the monitoring evaluation yang involve so many follow-ups.
Okay, so just highlight the important one that relate to the case that we want to share with people, right? All right. Now, next question from Gan Wan Ching. Good morning, Puan Maslina. Would it be possible that we use the previous case seen as case study? In this scenario, do we still need to obtain patient's consent even though patient's personal information is kept confidential?
Okay. Thank you for the question. Good question. Okay. So from my experience, okay. Yes. Normally, usually we use the case. We use the case. The case that the retrospective way. Okay. We take the case from the patient's notes. Okay, and then if the same patient still come for the follow-up at your clinic, and then you can obtain patient's consent at the clinic. But let's say your patient is an inpatient, and then after discharge, there is no follow-up with us. I think that one is quite difficult for us to obtain the consent, but we need to make the patient's personal history confidential. No need to put just put A. Yeah, like all of us do lah. Okay.
Right. Okay. So I think the next question is almost the same as previous question, which is any minimum follow-up session is required. Does it mean that the case can't be used for case study if do not have follow-up session?
Okay. If you don't do the monitoring and evaluation, we don't know the outcomes. So how you want to do the case study? Okay, because from the case study, we want to know the outcomes. So if you just see the patients only once, then you don't know the outcomes of your interventions. So for me, that's not a good case study.
All right. Okay. I think we have a question from Mr. Hakim. But I will just keep this question. I think this question is the same as Norizati. All right. Norizati has a follow-up question. Following Mr. or Miss Ganwan Ching's question, how many years can the case scene remains relevant to be the case study? For example, can we use 2020 case for case study this year?
Yes, why not? If the intervention and the outcomes still relevant with the current guideline, so why not? You can present the case and make it unique. Okay.
All right, thank you. And we have another question from 373397. It's a very unique number. Hi, Puan Maslina. Thank you for your sharing. From previous experience attending poster presentation, there is heard from the judge about the space utilization in poster. 30% writing, 40% graphic, 40% background. Do you mind to share more details about this?
Okay. Yes, this is a good guidelines actually, but sometimes if you can you can follow this guideline, which is good, but for me I sometimes try to follow the guidelines, the 30% writing, 40% graphic and 40% background, but sometimes I, I just I just want people know when I put my poster there, people will know what I was what I want to talk about this case. The viewer don't need to ask me why how. Okay, so I just particular at that at that uh, at that view only. Okay, sometimes I try to follow the guideline, but usually no.
Okay. All right. Okay. So do you have another question from the floor? So all the participants, you can write down the question in the chat box. All right. I think I've got another questions for Puan Maslina. So Puan Maslina, since you have won a lot of awards for the case study, so can you share how to produce a good discussion for a case study?
Okay, a good discussion. Okay, uh, as we know, discussion is overall about our case, and then sometimes I try to suit with our audience. Let's say if I go to the dietitians conference, I will make it collaboration. Refer to the dietitian is important, like that. Okay, and then let's say I go to the pediatrician or geneticist conference, I will put it a collaboration uh, healthcare multidisciplinary approach. Multidisciplinary approach is crucial in managing this case. So we need collaboration between the geneticist and the dietitians is crucial in managing this. I try to tackle the audience actually for the discussion after. Yes. Yeah. I try to suit with the audience lah.
All right. Thank you. So it means that we need to adapt with the conference that we attended. Yeah. Okay. All right.
And then the team, and then the themas, and then the theme. The team, yeah.
The theme of the conference.
Yes. I try to suit, yes.
Yeah. I believe that many conferences has their own teams. So the case study, but if possible, should meet the theme of the conference, right? Okay. So based on your experience, right, presenting poster, what would be the most common questions from the audience or the judge?
Okay. I have one question from the YBMK at that time. He just the same YBMK, okay, but in a year I think 2000, I don't know 2000 berapa lah hari tu tak ingat. YBMK, the same YBMK but in 2019, 18.
Okay.
Yeah, before the COVID, I think, yes. Okay. So he asked me, actually at that time my poster is all about the usage of the the poster presentation is not my inherited metabolic disease case. Okay, at that time we present research on ready to hang usage product to the critically ill patient in the GICU, general GICU, and then he asked me is it menguntungkan kerajaan? Is it that's the question that I remember until now. But so far for case study, Alhamdulillah, I think the judges understand my poster. Then there's no question at all actually.
So what was your answer for the question from the YBMK?
Okay. Actually, if we use ready to hang or powder, the outcome for the patient is the same actually at that time. Yeah, at that time, yes.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Pamasina, for the sharing. Yeah, we have got a few more questions in the chat box. All right. From Patricia Husna, which conference do you suggest us to attend beside MDA, and how do we get info on those conference?
We have internet kan, so yeah, use internet. Yeah, use internet wisely, and then try to match your case with the conference. So if you want to present diabetic, you go to the MDES ke macam tu, or NADI. For me, if I want to present my case, I can present my case to the dietitian or to the geneticists, macam tu lah, ataupun pediatricians. Yes.
Yeah, I would agree with Puan Maslina because now we have Google, no? So I think everyone can try to Google and look out for a conference that's suitable for your case study. And for now, I think MDA, Malaysian Dietitian Association, has their own conference, and also NADI and many more societies had conferences. Yeah. Okay. Now, I think this could be the last question.
Yes.
From Fatin Izati. Hi Puan Masina, how about if I have unique interesting case, however, I'm only able to have one new case and a follow-up due to the patient was transferred to another hospital suddenly. Okay. Kind of no proper closure of the patient from our hospital side. Does this case still can be a good case study right now?
Okay. I think macam looks like my case je kan. Macam when the patient diagnosed with the inherited metabolic disease in other hospital, in the state hospital, they will transfer to our hospital lah for the continuity of the patients. I think for this questions, it's a good question too actually. Yeah, for my part, yes, you can still present this case, okay, but you need to know lah what happened to the patient at the transport hospital, because you need to know the outcome, the outcome of the case. Because when we want to present case study, we need to know the outcome. We have to do the intervention, and then we want to know the outcomes. Then that's the good case study. You just do the intervention without the outcomes. For me, it's not a good case for me. Yes, I don't know. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Puan Masina. Okay. Oh, suddenly we have, I think, okay, we just take this as our last question from Faris Omar. If patient die in the end of the day, is it a good write-up?
Yeah, could be, yeah, could be a good, case, a unique case. Maybe the journey, the outcome, let's say you do the follow-up, 1 to 2 follow-up, and then the outcome is better, and then suddenly the patient die. Maybe it could be a good case, okay, but if you don't have the good outcome, I yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Be careful if you have a poor outcome, it may reflect your management. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think that will be the end of our first session. So I would like to thank you, Puan Maslina. She has shared a lot of things. The benefit of case study, which can bridging the theory and the clinical practices, and also from the case study that we share to others, it can improve our management, and we can share our thoughts together with other people around us. For example, from hospital A to hospital B. So it's very good, and it's very good sharing session if we share our case study. But bear to remember that when we write the case study, we must make sure that our case study is appropriate and conduct ethically, all right, and get consent from the patient as possible, all right, and keep your patients confidential. Yeah, and I think it's very important to select a unique case study so that you can share new things to others, right? So thank you once again to Puan Maslina for your kind sharing. Right, now, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next session, we will have a quick photography session. So there will be 2 sessions. This one will be the first session with our speakers and the committees. And the second session with all participants, which will be held in the afternoon session. Therefore, I kindly invite our first and second speakers, Puan Maslina and Prof. Nisa, and all the committees to turn on your web cameras. And I will now hand things over to the technical team to manage the session.
Okay, hold on. Okay, everyone, turn on your camera. In 3, okay, everyone ready? Okay, in 3, 2, okay, in 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, one more time. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, one more time. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you.
So thank you everyone for the session. So yeah, I've read a lot of comment in the chat box. Yeah, for the participant, this session is only for the speakers and the committees, and the photography session for the participant will be on the in the afternoon. Yeah, so no worry. All right. So we are ahead of time, by the way. So we're gonna have like a 10 minutes break, and we will start sharp at 10 with our next session with Professor Dr. Barakatunnisa. So in the meanwhile, you all can have your time, go to the toilet or have a cup of tea while enjoying our video. Thank you.
Nama saya Norashima Raja. Saya merupakan pegawai dietetik dari Pusat Terapi Diet. Pusat Terapi Diet merupakan klinik dietetik di bawah naungan entiti klinik Fakulti Sains Kesihatan, UiTM Cawangan Selangor, kampus Puncak Alam. Klien kami akan bertemu dengan dietitian yang mana juga dikenali sebagai pegawai dietetik yang akan membantu klien dalam meluruskan diet klien tersebut. Antara perkhidmatan yang kami tawarkan di Pusat Terapi Diet adalah yang pertamanya adalah penilaian antropometri, yang mana status pemakanan seseorang ataupun klien kami dapat diketahui dengan melakukan penilaian berat badan, tinggi, indeks jisim tubuh dan peratusan lemak badan. Dietitian kami akan melakukan penilaian status pemakanan klien berdasarkan maklumat tersebut. Perkhidmatan kedua, penilaian keputusan ujian darah yang berkaitan dengan pemakanan. Jika klien telah melakukan ujian darah seperti ujian glukos atau kolesterol, keputusan ujian tersebut akan dinilai oleh pegawai dietetik bagi memberi nasihat pemakanan yang berkaitan. Penilaian klinikal yang mana itu adalah perkhidmatan kami yang ketiga, status pemakanan seseorang ataupun klien boleh diketahui dengan melakukan penilaian dipanggil Nutrition Focus Physical Examination. Nutrition Focus Physical Examination ini adalah penilaian status pemakanan berdasarkan keadaan fizikal seseorang. Antaranya adalah penilaian otot dan lemak di seluruh anggota badan bagi menentukan sama ada klien mempunyai risiko malnutrisi atau kekurangan zat makanan. Dan seterusnya adalah penilaian pemakanan. Maklumat gaya pemakanan seharian klien kami akan ambil dan menentukan sama ada pemakanan dari segi pengambilan kalori, makronutrien dan mikronutrien klien menepati garis panduan pemakanan ataupun tidak. Perkhidmatan terapi
You're here. Probably know a thing or two about paraphrasing, but still struggle to master the art of it. Fear not. I'll explain how to paraphrase in 5 easy steps and give you a few tips along the way. Stay tuned. Hi, I'm Jessica from Scribber, and we're here to help you achieve your academic goals. And in this video, we'll be talking about paraphrasing. So, what is paraphrasing? A paraphrase is a rewriting of a specific passage from someone else. It's done in your own words, without changing the original meaning and also not removing any information. Okay, we know the meaning, so let's get started. Here are 5 easy steps to paraphrasing. Step 1. Read the passage several times to fully understand the meaning. Step 2. Note down the key concepts. Step 3. Write your version of the text without looking at the original. Step 4. Compare your paraphrase text with the original one, and if you find phrases too similar, make changes. Step 5. Cite the source of the text like the example here. You can also cite easily with the Scribber citation generator. Remember, you don't need the quotation marks to paraphrase. Okay, I know what you're thinking. You know the steps, but it's still quite difficult to actually produce a piece of text that's different from the original. Don't you worry, I have 4 tips to help make everything easier for you. Whenever you see this little pause button, it's there to remind you if you ever need more time to read through the examples, you can pause and take your time. Tip number 1. Start your first sentence at a different point from the original source. Tip number 2. Use synonyms. Make use of the thesaurus if you can't think of any synonyms. Tip number 3. Change the sentence structure. Try using passive voice if the original text used active, and vice versa. Final tip. Break long sentences into smaller sentences, or combine sentences into a longer one. In this example, you can see we've applied the 4 tips. First, we introduce the context followed by the last part of the original sentence, which is the expectations of creators, regulators, and users. We also use quite a few synonyms such as exposed a critical turning point, made it apparent. Outpaces, rapidly eclipsed. Power, immense influence. Third, we change from active to passive voice. Technology outpaces what users, regulators, or even its creators expected. The expectations of creators, regulators, and users have been rapidly eclipsed by technology. And finally, the original was one long sentence. We broke it into two smaller sentences. Now that you know the tips for paraphrasing, make sure you don't confuse it with quoting, which is when you copy a source word by word. Naturally, you should end up paraphrasing most of the information you found instead of quoting if you have done your research thoroughly, which is ultimately a better solution since it shows that you have digested your text, your paper will have a much better flow, plus your voice will remain dominant throughout the paper. With that being said, only use quotes when you are giving a definition, presenting an author's position, or when you want to support your argument. Make sure to check out this video on how to quote if you're interested. And that's it for today's video. If you've learned something, give this video a like. And if you have a question, ask away in the comment down below and I will reply. See you soon in our next video.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and welcome back to the Dietetics Online Workshop 2024, Case Study Manuscript Writing, Mastering Clinical Manuscript from Drafting to Publication. This webinar is organized by Pusat Terapi Diet FSK UiTM in collaboration with Malaysian Dietitian Association, MDA. For those who just joined our webinar, my name is Muhammad Ramadan and I will be your moderator for today's webinar. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue with our second session. I am pleased to introduce our next speaker. Professor Dr. Barakatun Nisa Muhammad Yusof is a professor at the Department of Dietetics and serves as the Deputy Dean, Academic Health Sciences and Students Affairs at the Fakulti of Medicine and Health Sciences, University Putra, Malaysia. Professor Barakatun Nisa has played a pivotal role in developing clinical practice guidelines for adults with type 2 diabetes and diabetes in pregnancy. She has secured various research grants, including the Fundamental Research Grant Scheme, FRGS, from the Ministry of Education, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Barakatun Nisa specialized in diabetes nutrition with a focus on type 2 diabetes, gestational diabetes, and obesity management. She has extensive clinical experience in glycemic index methodologies, metabolic control, and dietary interventions. So without further delay, please join me in welcoming Professor Dr. Barakatun Nisa to kick off our second session, Creating Impactful Case Studies, an Essential Component. Over to you, Prof.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramadan, for a very kind introduction. Hello, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm not the right person to be here though, but as a president of Malaysian Dietitian Association, I take this responsibility to be with all of you, sharing a journey on how to create an impactful case study. Please allow me to share my slide. Oops, I don't know how to do this. Hold on. Oops. Open. Okay. Hold on. Okay. What do they want? May not be able to record. Okay. Okay, so Ramadan, I will try again. Share my.
Sure, bro.
Yeah, I don't know why I cannot share. Oh my God. Sorry. Tak try pula tadi. Open system. Maybe technical team can help me. What should I do?
Do you want us to share the slide instead?
No, yeah, I wanted to share mine because
You can pick the
the
screen.
kita
Yes.
share ni. My system say open system, then I cannot.
Open system.
Sebab dia control my privacy and security ke? Because
Have you clicked the share button and what?
Yeah, I did. So dia kata open system preference. Maybe kita kita hold sekejap boleh bagi I. Macam nak buat ni
Okay, never mind. Professor, take your time.
Okay, I leave webinar. No, I don't want to leave. Cancel. Okay, sekejap
So, and our technical team will assist you.
Yeah, grant access in system preference, they said. I'm not familiar with WebEx. Okay. How do I share? Sebab nak share banyak benda nanti dalam ni. Technical team. Okay.
Our technical team will call you, Professor.
Okay, boleh. I tunggu.
Just that.
Okay. Sekejap ya. Someone help me? Okay. So Hadi dah tanya. Sekejap.
All right, finally. Alhamdulillah.
Can you hear me? And open my camera. How do I do this?
You can check the tab, video at the bottom of your screen.
All right. It's totally different view now. Sekejap ya. Okay, I think I got them. Okay, so
Yeah, we can see your face.
Alhamdulillah.
But is it possible to make it in presentation view?
Okay, now let me try.
Sure.
How does it looks like?
Yeah, okay. All right. It's clear.
Okay, cool. So what should I do? Okay, yeah. Right, so can I take over this stage, Ramadan?
Yeah, please.
Okay. So, so first of all, I would like to apologize for the technical issues. And I would also like to ask all the participants to join me at Slido. Can you see my Slido, Ramadan?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, good,
Yeah.
cool.
You are
So-
sharing QR code, right?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So, tak berani nak usik apa-apa ni. Okay, so you can join me at Slido. May I know whether you have been in my Slido? Let me also try it. Okay, so the first question I would like to ask the audience, yeah? How many of you have presented a case study before? Because you have attended Puan Maslina session, and it must be some of you planning. Okay. All right. So it has good number here. Can see the response. Okay, I have been informed by the organizer we have almost more than 80 participants. So at least let's go for 50% of those attendance. Yeah, so that we can know roughly how far and how depth I can go for my presentation today. Okay. Right, we have 40 on board. Good. So it's quite a number of yes and planning. Yeah, never. So I hope after Puan Maslina presentation, it is about time for all of us to start thinking of presenting a case study. Now let's move on to the subsequent question. How many of you have published a case report? Planning. Okay, so we have 30 on board together with me. Okay. So it's quite a number of participants come with no prior experience, and I think this is the right platform together with me to understand how we can actually create an impactful case study so that it can be a ready piece of publication. Yeah. Okay, good. So and we will go slow and steady. Together with me, there's a lot of interaction and interactive Q&A throughout the presentation. Yeah, and some of you have yes, so I truly appreciate your input as well in discussing the context. Okay, now, how do you rate your understanding on publishing a case report? So what is your prior background? Not bad. Yeah? Alamak. Okay. Okay. So dah jadi bell curve. So it's a nice number. 2.6. So it's basically in the middle of non to moderate. Yeah. So tak boleh nak senyum lagi ya. The smiley tu flat. Okay. So we will revisit this question again at the end of my presentation. Yeah. So okay, cool. All right, thank you very much for joining me. And last but not least, what is your hope at the end of this sharing session? Which I hope that I can try to accommodate each of the needs of my participant. Okay, right, yeah, knowledge. So some has already go to kind of action stage, ready for publication, process. Okay, yeah. Okay, so knowledge, case study. Okay, I hope I can see more publication in more presentation in MDA. So MDA pun dah hilang kat bawah ni. Ability, data. Yeah. So it's a good point. All right, so I hope you are in the right stage. Yeah. Right, so let's move on. I have been given a task to talk about creating impactful case study. What are the essential components? Yeah. Right, and I would like to disclose as well as we embark on this journey together, is actually me myself also exploring the process of publishing case report. Yeah. So truly speaking, I have yet to publish any. I just co-author some. Yeah. But it is a good journey of mine to also perhaps together with all of you publishing one before the end of the year. Kita cuba. Okay. When we look at into the case, I think as those working in the area of medicine and health sciences, we should be agree with William Osler that the best teaching of medicine is that taught by the patient himself. Yeah? So I believe all of us learn better with our patient. Yeah? They are the best guru in our clinic. And I hope at the end of the presentation, we should be able to at least write a draft of comprehensive case report for potential publication in a suitable journal. Yeah? So maybe not right after, but at least 3 to 6 months where perhaps the UiTM team can follow up. And now with the emerging technology, multi-level language module through the AI, it can help as a tool to help us in facilitating case study writing. So how we can leverage, not to use them 100% because we should also hold the ethics of standard in writing and publishing. So remember, wherever we present our output, whether paper, research, case study, we have to hold to a certain ethics and we have to be responsible as a writer. So we cannot rely on AI, but we can use and leverage the AI technology in facilitating our case study write-up. I would say that with AI technology, is already speed up my work like 10 times nowadays. Yeah. Okay. So this is the content that I will share. So basically, as what Puan Miaslina has covered, the most critical part is to identify your case. Yeah, so you have already have in mind what are the case that you're gonna use for presentation, and perhaps from that presentation, you can turn to publication. And before we embark on more detail, of the component of the case study, it is very important for you to start by identifying potential journal. Yeah, know your audience, because when you know your audience, you know the direction of your case. So it's not only about writing a case report. Similarly, of publishing a research, you first thing first is not to come up with a paper, but at least roughly know where to publish your paper, so that you know the direction of your write-up. Yeah, then only you can move on to the case report component. This is the usual presentation, title, introduction, then present a case, discuss, conclusion. Yeah. Then only we go to the AI technique, and of course I would touch a little bit, although I know the afternoon speaker will talk a little bit more about ethical, but it is my responsibility to cover the whole concept of publishing. Yeah. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, why publish a case report? Yeah. So if you look at into the level of evidence, it's only about the second layer. It cannot be the grade A evidence, as opposed to when we write systematic review or RCT. Yeah. So, but to me, it is not a low-class publication because it is an original observation. And case report is important. As academician, it gives me an idea what would be my next research. How can I direct my next proposal grant application? Yeah. So it is important because it's an early indicator and it's very individualized to a specific case or patient. And the best about case study, you don't have to manipulate statistics. Right? There is no statistical manipulation. So as you see, this is outcome, then you have to present and you have to value that according to the literature. Yeah. So as opposed to other study, for example, we do RCT, we can do some manipulation, not not manipulate, tapi for example, we can do sensitivity analysis. We can do many things, but in a case study, you can't do that. You have to report whatever you observe. Yeah. Okay. So as academician, how do I see case report? Yeah, so we involve a lot of our time in teaching. We use CPG, we use clinical guideline, but most of these are not transferable directly to your patient. Sometimes we have to look at into what is available data at clinical setting or at community work. Yeah, so if, for example, you are working at the community public health setting, is there any case report that worth publication? It is. Yeah. So anything that you see unique from your perspective is worth publishing. And of course, when we look at into the data, we know the gap and we perform research. And then we publish our research work. Then from that particular research work, we bring back to the clinical or community work and we look at into its applicability at individual level. And this is where we hope it can translate it into the improvement of patient outcome. But then, where case report can be done, it is actually in between before we translate back into our guideline. We wanted to see whether or not whatever we have done can be applied and can be published as a case report. Will that be able to inform the practice, yeah, the guideline? Okay. So case study report can generate hypotheses for future practice, for future research. Yeah, and it is very useful to guide our decision at policy level. Okay, so when I first start to craft my slide, I look at into the PubMed because this is the National Library that gives us some idea how do Malaysian perform in publishing the case report. So when I just type this case report or case series, nutrition, dietetic, and in Malaysia, it's come out around 14,000 papers. Yeah, that's not yet excluded only a case report. So I exclude all the research paper focusing on the case report. So it gives me about 47 results. Yeah, and from that 47 publication, I focusing on the nutrition component and I identified 18 case reports. Yeah? So this is all publication that fit to the PubMed. Yeah? So there may be other publication available outside of the PubMed. So, but when we look at into this PubMed level, it's only 18 case report with nutrition component and none of them from a dietetic fraternity, not even as a co-author. So it's kind of intriguing and to show that we can do more. Yeah. Although I managed to find your afternoon speaker who has published a lot of case report, which may not be able to capture from the PubMed. Yeah, highlighting the importance of perhaps moving from one to more cited journal. Yeah, that is what we call recognized at the PubMed level. So they are our fraternity has published some of the case study. Yeah, you can see and you may ask the afternoon speaker, Dr. Miss Ho, later on about more tips and guideline in publishing later. Yeah, okay. And I use the AI technology to help me to do some thematic analysis. What kind of publication or what kind of area that has been an interest in case report publication. So I identify 8 areas from this 18 publication, 18 case report. I think I have shared with the organizer the things that I have sorted out. And then using this AI-driven thematic analysis, I do found the most common publication are related to nutritional deficiency. Yeah. And then metabolic and endocrine disorder. There are also publication with regard to pregnancy and postpartum care. Various publication on post-surgical complication. Obesity and weight management. So you can see how, although at outpatient clinic, there are case report that consider unique with regard to obesity and weight management. There are also case study talking about neurological and psychiatric condition, yeah, pediatrics, like what Puan Mas has mentioned, and stroke and sarcopenia. So these are the 8 thematic analysis. Don't believe so much on AI, but it can help you to at least give the initial visualization of what you try to understand. Yeah, but to give you an idea, there is a uniqueness of the cases even at the obesity level. Yeah, okay. Now, what is our aim when we publish a case report? So for those who have yet to publish any research paper, this is considered a first effort in writing a manuscript. Yeah, and as a healthcare professional, it is our responsibility to convey a clinical message. Yeah, and last but not least, to share our experience, perhaps in diagnostic. Yeah, for those who are not in nutrition field, you have identified certain interesting case in new diagnostic approach. This is a time to share. Or for us as a nutrition and dietetic area, we may wanted to share on nutrition care success because we know the adherence to nutrition is very low. So what make this case report worth publishing is when we can highlight the barrier, the adherence to certain intervention that we have provided, or indeed the dilemma. So some of you have asked, how about the patient diet? Is it worth publishing? Yes. What are the dilemma, especially in managing end-stage patient who require TLC, for example? So it is all worth publishing, but how we put things in context. Okay, I will just browse through some journal, but the detail may be at the end, yeah, because it is important to identify potential journal so that you know the direction of writing your papers. So this is all local journal in UPM. So this is where they are being cited. It's important for you to also look into it. I also found that Journal of Clinical and Health Sciences, the UiTM journal, is also publishing a case report, yeah, where it is a good platform for us to try. Any outpatient setting, you can inform Malaysian Family Physician Journal, where they are interested to look at into how we manage case at outpatient level. And of course, if we have published various journal in our local setting, and if we wanted to go abroad, and especially in the area of dietetic, Journal of Academy Nutrition and Dietetic is very much looking into our NCP process. Yeah, so we can also look at into this later on. Okay, now it is about time to go one by one. The case report component, we start with a title. As we know, title is like our name. It's give very important element of the manuscript. It's attract attention of the reader so that it must be concise and clear. In other words, less is more. Yeah, it must give more information. At least give a descriptive and informative, relevant and interesting. In some of the journal, they don't encourage us to use a question format. For example, is a low GI diet work a case report? Okay, so they don't encourage to use this, but there are some case report that use this kind of title. Okay, now we go to exercise. Yeah. Okay, so I wanted all of us here to join me to give this, to kind of draft a title for this abstract. Yeah. Okay, so let's read together. Optimal pre-surgical weight loss is crucial for reducing risk and improving outcome in individuals with severe metabolic obesity preparing for bariatric surgery. But relying solely on dietary intervention is challenging due to the complexity of comorbidities. This case report details the successful weight loss journey of 35-year-old with metabolic obesity and multiple comorbidities. The patient's sedentary lifestyle, characterized by high energy and sugar intake, compounded his health challenge. This case highlights the effectiveness of a combination of intensive lifestyle intervention and GLP-1 RA as a preparatory step for bariatric surgery. Okay, so take some time to read. Now we will go to choose what would be the right title for this. Yeah, from this understanding, what would be the right title
for this abstract. Okay, so please join the quiz. You can claim the present to Dr. Ramadan later on. Okay. Okay. Okay, so how many already participate? Can't really see. Kejap ya. "49 user already joined. 51. Okay, so at least we get maybe 60, hit 60, then will be good number. Come on. Awesome. Okay, let me move. Okay, do you think what would be the best title? The first one, can structured lifestyle intervention combine? Yeah, it's only 30 seconds. Ta-da. So there is a 5 choice, 5 choices. Okay. Basically, there is no right and wrong answer lah, yeah. And majority, about nearly 50%, yeah, prefer the number 3, effective pre-surgical weight loss with GLP-1, RA, and lifestyle therapy in severe obesity, a case report, followed by comprehensive weight loss in severe metabolic obesity, a case report of a structured lifestyle intervention, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So to me, there is no right and wrong, but I kind of agree with this. Yeah. There is, okay, so it's not a competition though, I think I say. Yeah. But I think the primary word must follow the words of case report. Yeah, there are also some yang tak ada the word case report. Contoh macam nombor 2 ni kan, effective pre-surgical weight loss with GLP. It can be done, but most of the guideline would require the term a case report to be there. Yeah, okay. So this is some of the example. You can see not necessarily report, but a case of lignocaine toxicity is my friend, the FMS. Yeah. This is also a OPD cases, metabolic syndrome reversal through nutrition, a case report. Yeah. This is quite long. Nutritional intervention for gastroesophageal reflux, blah, 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 a case report. Yeah. And this is all the outcome that she put it in, yeah, a case report. So there is no right and wrong, but the current guideline, there is a guideline to write a case study. I will share you later. They will require the term case report in the title. Yeah. Okay. So that's clear. Now we move to the abstract. Abstract is a snapshot. It's very important. It's a short summary. It gives an overall idea about the content of the case report. Yeah. It must contain the clinical question or diagnostic problem, provide essential information, helps the reader to determine their level of interest in the case report. Okay, so this is the key thing that must be made available to summarize the abstract. The abstract can be structured or unstructured, it depending on the needs for the journal. Yeah, so for example, can't remember, but I have tabulated all the requirements for all of the each case report, which I can share with all of you, at least for the local journal. Yeah, so it must consist of, if there is structured, it must be seen like introduction, case presentation, conclusion. Yeah, but if it's unstructured, you don't have to have all the subsection. So For example, in the introduction, it should provide the uniqueness, like what Puan Mas has mentioned many times. The case must have been unique. What is the gap? Yeah, and what does it add to the scientific literature? So at least the first line to introduce your case, not yet who the patient is. Yeah. Then second line, the patient main concern and important clinical finding. Then the primary diagnosis, intervention and outcome. Then the conclusion, the takeaway lesson from this case report is very much important as part of the conclusion. Some of you may ask me how we can position the NCP in this context. Okay, so my answer to that, perhaps it depends on your journal. So if you're publishing in journal that is mainly for nutrition and dietetic, the use of nutrition care process framework is important to be in your abstract. But if you are publishing in a journal that is very general to the medical fraternity or other fraternity, then follow what are the usual format of the case report publication. Not necessary to follow the NCP process that we usually present in MDA. Yeah, for those who are not in dietetic and nutrition, NCP stand for nutrition care process that includes assessment, diagnosis, intervention and monitoring. So it's not necessary. Therefore, it is very important to understand where you want to publish your work. Yeah. Okay. And it must include keywords, 2 to 5 keywords that identify diagnosis or intervention in this case report. So make it very general. So wherever people Google the keyword, your paper can be in. And the most important to put the word case report in your keywords. Yeah. Okay. So this is example. So now let's look at one by one. How does it's translated into a piece of abstract. So I took this example, hypocalcemia in a patient with chronic liver disease, a case report. Yeah, he's a FMS. So you can see the first is the gap or the uniqueness. So you can see acute hypocalcemia is an uncommon presentation in clinical practice. So this is something like the uniqueness. Then the gap, however, severe acute hypocalcemia may require immediate resource measures. Yeah? So this is the statement that I mentioned, the uniqueness or the gap. Then they go to the aim. Yeah? Thus, the case presented is aimed to highlight. Yeah? So what is your final goal? Highlight the importance of thorough assessment and prompt management in replacing the calcium. Okay. So the good case write-up must have aim that already summarize the end story. Yeah, the end story. So macam ni kita tengok the end story dia adalah importance of thorough assessment and prompt management. Yeah. And I used to be apa kita panggil assessor for a lot of case presentation. So usually how do I connect it is a good abstract is to read the abstract and to read the conclusion. Because to read the aim and to read the conclusion, because the aim ni is like the what we call the aim is like the key question to be answered and the conclusion must answer the objective. So this is the two key things that you have to understand wherever you write a case report or any abstract. Yeah? So kalau macam ni, aim to highlight the importance of thorough assessment and prompt management in replacing the calcium. Then you see how do they write the conclusion? Daily oral supplementation of calcium carbonate will avoid the recurrence. So, you know, you already give the word replacing the calcium can improve the indication of this case. The outcome of the case. So, tu dia punya one of the keyword. Yeah? So, kalau kat sini kita tengok, so this is the uniqueness of the case, the gap, yeah, and then conclusion. How do we conclude? Must answer the objective. So, what are one or more takeaway lesson from this case report? So, basically, we wanted to know how do we manage the case. So, here the word avoiding recurrence. So, inilah key takeaway dia. To avoid recurrence, Yeah, then we provide daily oral supplementation of calcium carbonate in patients with chronic liver disease. Okay, and then let's look at into the keywords. Ada the word case study or case report. Yeah, right. Okay, now this is quite very close to dietetic fraternity. Yeah, in our which published in Journal of Academy of Nutrition and Dietetic. So as you can see here, she provide this is a case report of copper deficiency anemia due to low calorie blended enteral diet. Yeah, so this case they give a blenderized feeding to a 4-year-old boy with some medical diagnostic, yeah, of lupa case ni, yeah. I think it's about genetic case, yeah. So then they found that patient present with copper deficiency related issues. So you can see how she start the presentation of the case. Yeah, copper deficiency is an uncommon cause. So you can see here sama juga kan? Acute hypo is uncommon. So this is something like a good thing to start with. Yeah. So copper deficiency is an uncommon cause of hematologic abnormality in children and is often overlooked or misdiagnosed. When found, so specific recommendation on dose, duration, but they are still lacking in the current literature. So you can see this is the connection of the overall gap and the uniqueness. So then they go to the aim. This case report describe the case of blah, blah, blah. What are the intervention? And you can see how they do conclude, how she conclude. This repletion regimen so ultimately improve the patient copper. So now you read back the objective. This report describe a case found to cause by copper deficiency. So you can see here the conclusion, improve copper deficiency. So you can see the link between the objective and the conclusion. Yeah. Okay. So if you kind of miss, read your objective and then read your conclusion. Don't read in the middle. So you are more kind of use the same word together to answer back your objective in your conclusion. So I hope it is clear. Yeah. All right. Now, this is the third example. Metabolic syndrome reversal through nutrition, a case report. Yeah. So metabolic syndrome is epidemic in US, blah, blah, blah. And then adult population estimated to have metabolic syndrome in 2011, especially among female and those over the age of 60. So what is the gap here? Look like very generalized and very much research based when I first read. But when I look at into the case, you can see here he's trying to put things in context where he wanted to mention it is more common among female and it is over the age of 60. So you look at into the case. Now, she presented a case of female more than 60-year-old to show how metabolic syndrome is highly prevalent in this population, in this case, and how difficult to manage the case among those women, premenopausal, menopausal issues among women when we wanted to improve certain metabolic parameters is very challenging due to the hormonal issues. Yeah, so this is how this case put things in context. And then she presented all the patient concern, important clinical finding, the primary diagnosis. Now she closed with the conclusion by saying reveal successful reversal. Yeah? So you can see this report on the successful treatment of metabolic syndrome. You can see the same word being used, reveal successful reversal of metabolic syndrome indicated by what? Yeah? So this is the the example of some of the good case study that I tried to show. Yeah. So you can see here, not necessarily the word aim, this report on the successful treatment. Yeah. And then this is where the patient main concern and the conclusion, as I mentioned earlier on, yeah, to answer back the objective. Yeah. Okay. This is also another example, nutritional intervention for gastroesophageal reflux in IBS and hypochlorhydria, a case report. So you can see how the author put the start of the introduction. Chronic gastrointestinal complaint are often treated with PPI, antibiotic, and other medication. So you can see here, this is the gap. Although, so kalau kita nak guna untuk gap, we can do the word although, while. So this is the words that we can use. Although these drugs are prescribed to provide promising result, new research indicate the drug treatment often masks unresolved physiological problem and cause further complication. And then this case report on the development of PPI induced hypochlorhydria secondary to PPI prescription. No acid being prescribed. No acid being released by the GI tract because of the PPI, because of the medication itself. So it cannot help gastritis by the end at the end of the day. So okay. So this is to show the gap that they put it, the gaps and the introduction that they put things in context of the abstract. So now let's look at into the conclusion. What are one or more takeaway lesson from this case report? Ada tak? So the patient gastritis and hypochlorhydria symptom resolved with the implementation of comprehensive functional nutritional approach. So this is the takeaway lesson from this case report. Okay. So that's the word symptom resolved. Okay, this is the one that we have just looked into it just now. Okay, so you can see the conclusion. This case illustrate the potential diagnosis. These are some of the words that they use usually in the conclusion. Okay, so I also would like to share on our Miss Ho paper, how she do this. So you can see the gap, protein energy this is the case where they found, usually we know that those after bariatric surgery, patient tend to develop dumping syndrome. But in this case, which I also found many in my clinic, some of our patients following bariatric surgery, they do develop refeeding syndrome because of the prolonged malnutrition that they had experienced after bariatric surgery. So, and Ms. Ho has successfully presented in the case report. So you can see here one of the introduction that she put as a gap. PEM with refeeding might develop post-bariatric surgery. So this is also a nice one line to show what are the gap or what are the uniqueness of this case. And then case report aim to describe, this is the aim. And then this is the case presentation. Now we read the case presentation. So you have to give some of the, what we call, some of the progress of the patient. So for example, a 50-year-old morbidly obese patient presented with PEM. So you can, because this is published in, I think, Asian Journal of Dietetics, you can put more detail on the nutrition component. Okay. And then the progress, what happened, summarize how many days during the hospitalization, what are being given and what are the improvement. We must be very clear on the outcome that we wanted to see. So beside usually as a dietitian, we report nutrition adequacy. If we wanted to make it the case more interesting, you have to also need to show what are the clinical outcome. Because this is what trigger the clinician or other reader to catch your case report. And then this is the conclusion. What are one or more takeaway? So you can see in this conclusion, we would like to recommend individualized and routine follow-up by dietitian at post-surgery for early detection of PEM to minimize the risk of refeeding syndrome. So this can be part of the clinical takeaway. If, for example, this paper is published in medical journal, then the conclusion may be different. We wanted to show something like multidisciplinary team, for example, that managed the case. So it increased the chance of publishing this case report. Yeah. Okay. Now let's try. Okay. Yeah. So I provide you with this abstract. This is the abstract. Yes. Yeah. I provide you with this abstract. And let's look at what is missing and how you can actually improve this further. Yeah, so let's read them together. Optimal pre-surgical weight loss is crucial for reducing risk and improving outcome in individuals with severe metabolic obesity. This is my case that I drafted this morning. Yeah, preparing for bariatric surgery, but relying solely on dietary intervention is challenging due to the complexity of comorbidities. So this is the aim. This case report details the successful weight loss journey of 35-year-old male with severe obesity and multiple comorbidities. The patient's sedentary lifestyle characterized by high energy, and intake of high energy and sugar compounded his health challenges. This case highlights the effectiveness of combination of intensive lifestyle intervention and GLP-1RA, one of the medication, to help or facilitate in weight loss as a preparatory step for bariatric surgery. Okay, so from this abstract, what do you think? We can do better or we can add more so that it is more nicer to read, yeah, based on the component that we have laid out previously. Okay, now, please join me again. Okay, so get ready, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so what is missing? Do you think that you can improve the abstract? Agak-agaknya yang mana? Uniqueness, clinical concern, no diagnosis, no outcome. What can we do better? Yeah, so okay. Okay, some of you say no uniqueness. Ni ada yang tak sempat nak fikir main tembak je ya. Okay. Majority say no uniqueness and gap. Okay, so let's revisit the case. To me, if I were given the chance to again rewrite this abstract, I will perhaps highlighting on the context of no outcome and no conclusion. Okay, so let's look at into this. We go back. Okay, so let's try again. So some of you say there is no gap or no outcome. So you can see here, at least this is one of, some of you say there is no uniqueness of the case. So if you look at into the first sentence, is already some of the statement to show what are the uniqueness here. For example here, relying solely on dietary intervention is challenging due to the complexity of comorbidities. We can shorten this statement and we can leverage from this statement to show the gap of the study. It is available, but it is not optimal. I agree. Yeah. Now, let's look at into what are missing. To me, number one is the outcome. We can go more detail. We need more numbers. Yeah. I usually encourage people to put more numbers and outcome in the abstract so that will trigger people to read further. Yeah. For example, through a combination of intensive structured lifestyle intervention, yeah, the patient achieved a significant 15% reduction in BMI and showed notable improvement in comorbidities. So this is the outcome that will trigger readers to read. How do this case manage to reduce 15%? Because this is quite a number. Yeah. Okay. Then second, what I think is missing, because this case highlight the effectiveness of a combination of intensive lifestyle as a preparatory step for bariatric surgery. I wish, what else? Yeah, after that. So this is important. To conclude that the multifaceted approach led to a significant weight loss and improved the overall health. Yeah. So we wanted to show that when we combine not only the dietary aspect, because we know at this BMI of severe obesity, dietary intervention alone is challenging. So we need a combined approach, and this gives the insight into the comprehensive management strategy for individual with severe obesity. Yeah. Right. Okay. So this is how we can actually improve. Then we can rewrite again, rephrasing to restructure the case report to keep to the number of the words of abstract that usually recommended, around 150 to 200 words. Okay. All right. Okay. So we're done with the abstract. Now we go to introduction and background. Okay. So I hope all of you are okay. Yeah. So in the introduction, it is important because as similar to abstract, it gives your reader to reason to continue reading this case report. So it must have summarized why this case is unique. Yeah. And then include some of the literature, and then end with the aim to tell how are you going to continue the story of your case report. So let's look at into this again. Protein energy malnutrition, with refeeding syndrome after bariatric surgery. You can see as part of the introduction, the first talking about the prevalence, require bariatric surgery, and talk about the protein energy malnutrition might develop post-bariatric surgery, that referring to any case or any research. Then you end this section with the aim of the case report. Describe the clinical practice on morbidly obese patient post-bariatric surgery presented with PEM and refeeding syndrome. So the keyword here, you wanted to describe the practice. What is your intervention? Okay, so these are the example on how we can write our introduction. Okay, now we move further. Example number 2. This is also an interesting paper published at Malaysian Family Physician FMS journal. That look at into a malnourished post-stroke man with multi-morbidity and sarcopenia risk in a long-term stroke clinic. So if you look at into this, there are 3 things here. They have stroke, they have sarcopenia, they have malnourished. So you can see how she crafted the crafted the introduction. She can start with post-stroke. So anything at the end, stroke here, become the first thing to be write up. Because dalam introduction ni, dia macam piramid terbalik. So yang paling bawah, stroke clinic, maknanya dia akan jadi yang pertama. So blah blah blah, talking about stroke, then talking about assessment of malnutrition that can be used at the clinic Kesihatan, and then the impact of malnutrition. Then she end with the objective. This case illustrate how stroke-related sarcopenia often overlooked when managing patient at post-stroke. And she also put the significant, what she hoped, for the clinician to learn from this case presentation or case report. Okay, now I go to more journal that are related to dietetic. So you can see this is the same case, copper deficiency just now. So you can see she start with copper. What is copper? And then the issues, the problem, although the hematologic finding in copper deficiency are still not fully understood. Then she give the problem here. Then she also mentioned the case is rare, but it is reported in the last few decades, and she gave why the case is unique here. Despite this, few studies have addressed the most appropriate dose, duration, route, form of copper supplementation, although several regimens have been used successfully. So this is the uniqueness that she wanted to highlight of her case report, and she end that section, that introduction section, with the aim. This case described of a 4-year-old who presented with anemia and thrombocytopenia, following copper deficiency secondary to low-calorie blenderized enteral diet. Okay. All right. So after the case presentation, Yeah, after the introduction of the case report, this is where the important section that we introduce and we present the case. So here you can follow the basic rule of dietetic. If you are aim to publish in journal that related to dietetic, following the nutrition care process, or if you are publishing in medical communication, you can follow the sequence like history, physical examination, what are the relevant investigation, what are the management, what are the patient progress and outcome. And then it must be complete and adequate information. Yeah, it must be complete, and it also must have enough information, not really full of information, but whatever you put in your case report publication, it must be relatable. So for example, if you have done your physical examination using nutrition focused physical finding, but you don't have the report of the outcome, which means it is not complete, it's not adequate. So whatever you report A, the result must have A. Yeah, so read them head to head. Yeah, and then it also should include finding and action and how this influence your decision. Yeah, so it is also important to note the patient information must be de-identified. Yeah, you cannot, as what Puan Maslina mentioned just now, we know this. Primary concern and symptom of the patient must be described, but only relatable to the case report that you wanted to publish or you wanted to tell the story. Walaupun patient present dengan 100 of issues, but we have to identify what is important for this context of publication. Yeah, as well as some of the medical, family, and psychosocial history that relevant for this case, including if you have some genetic information, and then only relevant past intervention and their outcome. So the keyword here, relevant. Yeah, bukan semua, bukan all, but relevant that is sufficient to tell the story. Yeah, and this will help you to identify how it influence your decision of the intervention. Because when you only have relevant scope of information you wanted to tell, yeah, for example, patient who have a plan for bariatric surgery. So to plan for bariatric surgery, we must know patient at certain level must at least understand the nutrition component. Okay, so this is important to be put it in. Yeah, but the history outside long term, that how put her on weight and many things perhaps may not be relevant at this point. Yeah, we focus more as a preparation so that she can be successful to go through the bariatric surgery. Yeah, so itu dia punya konteks. Okay, now we cuba tengok beberapa example. Okay, yeah. So again, I keep the same case so that we are within the same context. So you can see after the introduction, we can go to case presentation, introduce the case, what are the main issue, and then, lama tak nampak kat sini. Sekejap ya. Okay. And then what are the intervention here? This is still what are the main issue, and then what are the intervention, and what are the progress. Yeah, so basically, not necessary following, kalau kita tengok yang ni, not necessary following the NCP, but to make it readable to the whole medical fraternity, we can see client history, the issues, the intervention, and what are the outcome throughout the case progression. You can see here, she achieved progressive recovery in body weight, gain how many kilos, what are the improvement in adequacy, and if you can support the improvement in clinical presentation, that will be a good wrap up of the case. Yeah. Okay. In the case presentation, it's also important to supplement your presentation with data. So I spoke to Dr. Navin, my friend in UPM, who publishing a lot of case report. He suggested like maybe how we calculate the calories, because as a dietitian, yeah, how we calculate the calories, that can also be a box of tool that can inform a clinician on how we do the case, or how do we decide on the amount of protein, or if we give, for example, enteral feeding regimen, how do we do the calculation? What are the steps? So these are the interests of clinician to understand how do we manage the case report from nutrition perspective. So that can be a supplementary information that make your case interesting. So in this case, for example, she supplement her data with the progress of not only body weight, but also body composition, because we know in managing bariatric surgery, it's not about the number of weight, but it is also about the body composition, the muscle and everything, and match with the total daily energy as well as the amount of protein you can see here. So this is the things that we can supplement as part of the case presentation. Okay, now we move to the second example, the one that was published in Journal of American Dietetics and Nutrition about copper deficiency that we have gone throughout. You can see she start with the case. They don't call case presentation, they call case study. So she presented in the form of NCP because this is the requirement of the journal. In JAND, they require all case report publication following the concept of NCP. So you can see nutrition assessment, food and nutrition related history, nutrition focused physical finding, biochemical data, BD, and then nutrition diagnosis, ND, and then they go by intervention, monitoring, and follow-up. So you can see food, nutrition, related history, physical finding, biochemical data. So nutrition diagnosis is the most important when you wanted to craft this section, because wherever you write your nutrition diagnosis, for example, inadequate, for example, this is the problem, inadequate mineral intake, in this context copper, was related to limited enteral diet and lack of appropriate supplementation. So this will inform your intervention. So when people read this, they know your intervention is focusing on limited enteral diet and lack of appropriate supplementation. So we do expect in the intervention, the case report on how do they manipulate the enteral diet to add on appropriate supplementation. So in this context, in this section, I apologize because I cannot read. Something blocked my slide for this section, so I hope you can have a look into this. How this author managed to answer the etiology. Because we know under the problem etiology, sign and symptom, the PES, for dietetic, the E will inform your intervention, and the sign and symptom here will inform your monitoring. So you can see here, she lay out food and nutrition related history because she wanted to show the progression of the improvement in the diet. She also wanted to show the NF, nutrition focused physical finding, no more symptom of anemia, and she wanted to also support with the biochemical results was related to excessive. Okay, sorry, saya tak boleh baca yang kat atas ni. So you all boleh tengok nanti. So this is how she crafted. So if you wanted to publish in this context of NCP, make sure wherever you put your PAS, this is the most important to guide your intervention structure as well as your monitoring. It must answer back your nutrition diagnosis. Okay, this is how she support the presentation. She looked into all the biochemical data. She decided to use this as the most important outcome, and you can see how copper has been improved throughout the case progression, throughout the intervention. Okay, so I also use this case to show an example. So a malnourished post-stroke patient just now. So you can see case presentation. Introduce the case, and then the main issue. She also used some of the component of the assessment, and then the case progression. The story of the case. What happened to the patient throughout the throughout the case report that we wanted to publish. I mean to report. Yeah, and then the assessment. Yeah, so you can see case presentation. How does the patient progress from the summarize of the history from you start to assess until the decision for you to manage. And then is there any additional assessment that patient has been done to support your intervention? Yeah, so this is the intervention. So this author is also highlighting that this case is managed as part of the neuromedical team in the ward of acute stroke. Yeah, so what do they do? And she supported the detail of the multidisciplinary team meeting with regard to this case. So this is the multidisciplinary meeting. So what are the issues raised during the meeting? And what are the suggestion or approach to counterback issues that they have been discussing during the meeting? Yeah, so this can also be put as part of the supplementary to support the progression of the case or to support your data. And she also have taken the pictures, and it must be consent. Yeah, patient consent must be taken wherever you want to publish the picture or everything. Yeah, not necessary you have to give written consent to the journal, but upon bila mereka minta, we have all the data. So if you wanted to choose that case for your report, although you will have yet to publish it, you have anticipate this earlier. So maksudnya bila kita dah jumpa satu case yang menarik dan kita rasa we wanted to really publish this, we can talk to the caregiver. Ya, kalau dalam case ni kena minta dengan caregiver lah, the surrogate those yang can give consent to allow us to publish this if we wanted to publish this for future publication. In UPM, for example, we already have any case that we wanted to publish. Kita dah ada form yang kita sign, patient sign sebagai macam anticipate that this case will be published later. Yeah, so you can have that. Then usually boleh tanya dekat CRC of each of the hospital. Yeah, okay. Right. So after case presentation, we go to the discussion. Yeah, the most important section. How we evaluate the patient case, accuracy, validity, and uniqueness, compare and contrast with the published literature. Yang ini yang very important. You have to know if you manage the A case, what is the guideline say and how you manage that. Whether your management is consistent with the literature, grade A evidence, or is actually a manipulation of the literature. Yeah. And then you can also refer to other similar report. Then present argument, justification, and your dilemma. For example, if patients are not adhered to the treatment, what is your dilemma? How you handle that? Is there any multidisciplinary team? Yeah. And what are the new knowledge gained from this? And then summarize the essential feature of the report and draw your recommendation from your own profession. Yeah. How to recommend. Okay. So for example, again, this is the discussion. Yeah. So you can see started with bariatric surgery as a convincing and successful treatment. So after bariatric, what do we anticipate? So for example, when post-bariatric, usually we anticipate the inadequate oral intake. Yeah. But they have a greater risk of developing inadequate oral intake that lead to greater risk of developing malnutrition. And if malnutrition is not corrected, this is where patient can have presented with refeeding syndrome. It's quite rare and it's happening. Yeah. Okay. So then the justification and how dietitian, for example, in this case, we wanted to highlight how we as a dietitian tailored nutrition intervention to manage this syndrome. Yeah. Okay. So this is the most important part that I think give ideas to others if they manage to see the same case. Kan? The reason why we publish case report, if for example we are in the clinic, we do not know how to do, we Google and we found, macam ni nak kena buat. So this is very important to inform others how they can change their practice in the future. Yeah. Okay. So here, compare and contrast the case report with the published literature and reference to the other similar report. Ya, kalau yang ni kita boleh tengok summarize the essential feature of the report. Contohnya, the current case revealed that regular monitoring and individualized management is crucial to ensure healthy weight loss. Yeah, so this case report intend to strengthen a shift conventional post-bariatric uni-model follow-up to multidisciplinary approach. Yeah, so for example, in this case, they only been seen by a dietitian right after post-surgery, but then no more follow-up. Then when patient develop complication, then only re-referral, which by right, we should work as part of the team as the journey of the patient completed bariatric until full recovery, at least 1 year of the post-surgical. Ya, itu sepatutnya yang berlaku. So, this is the essential feature of the report that she recommend in the future for others to follow. Okay. Now, we go back to this copper. Yeah. So, how do she discuss copper? Talk about the copper. What are the results? Yeah, so it can happen after 1.1 years. Yeah, initial presentation of this prolonged low-calorie blenderized diet. In other study found that they can happen after 1 year. Yeah, so then here is the statement where we evaluate the patient case for accuracy, validity, and uniqueness. Yeah, so you can see. So neurology improvement are often reported slow, incomplete, or even absent, making prompt diagnosis and treatment is essential. So this is you highlight the uniqueness, yeah, that we miss this, and therefore we have to make a prompt diagnosis and the treatment. So we might miss all the, because micromineral deficiency is always late presentation, and therefore we must identify them earlier, yeah, with careful monitoring, especially among those receiving enteral nutrition. Yeah. Then this is also where they compare and contrast, yeah, from other study, and then summarize the report. For example, in all cases, the need to thoroughly analyze the micronutrient composition of enteral diet in order to identify potential nutrition concern that cannot be understated. So ini yang dia punya essential feature of the report. Ya, dia minta kita tengok what is the micronutrient composition of the diet. Ya, okay. Now towards the end, yes, kalau kita ada ruang mungkin kita boleh tulis section by section. At least I hope at the end of this session you should be able to craft your abstract dulu. Ya, sebab tu tadi kita go detail, but throughout introduction, case presentation, yeah, and then discussion will require more time. Yeah, then tak apa. I hope that if you know how to write the abstract, it will be good to go over the whole case write up later on. Yeah. So my style usually I will try to come up with a very good abstract so that it can help me to understand how far I can go throughout the case report of my publication. Yeah. So biasanya saya gunakan abstract ni sebagai guidance for me to write. But then after we finish the whole write up, including the conclusion, I revisit my abstract to make sure whatever I write in the section of the paper, the body of the paper, is all can be summarized to my abstract. Yeah. Okay, now kita tengok throughout the end. Conclusion must be brief, highlight the main point of the case, provide conclusion with evidence-based recommendation and applicability to practice, either one. So in other words, you baca balik objektif tadi yang kita dah set, sama tak? Answer back your objective tak? The conclusion ni. Yeah? So contohnya, kalau ni kita nak kata this case highlight the need for registered dietitian nutritionist to elucidate a thorough diet history. So ini adalah recommendation yang diberi. Yeah? Right. Okay. The atas ni yang to conclude, in case of medical complexity, yeah, there is growing popularity of blenderized enteral diet. So ini yang current issue. So she wanted to highlight that copper is a rare nutritional deficiency, and this is why she write this case report. Yeah, and then she emphasized on the role of the dietitian nutritionist. What should we do is we must elucidate diet history thoroughly, not only energy and protein, but also include micromineral. Yeah. Okay. This is also from this doctor, Dr. Tay. Yeah. early identification and intervention of sarcopenia in those with stroke patient are important, and she recommend in a busy clinic setting the use of cuff circumference and albumin level in this study, in this case, are useful for screening. Yeah, and she also mentioned about the needs for rather than using she recommend on the PEG tube, yeah, for the required long-term enteral feeding, and also the use of multidisciplinary approach. Yeah, so this is how she conclude to provide the recommendation and applicability to practice. Again, go back to this case, yeah, for the refeeding after bariatric, PEM and refeeding is a potential fatal complication. So what is the dietitian role? Because this is the paper that wrote by a dietitian. So she highlighting the importance role. What should we do as part of the multidisciplinary team? Yeah. Okay. So you can see this is the role and the recommendation by how do we bring this to the practice. Yeah. So monitor adequacy of dietary intake so that we can prevent the risk of PEM and life-threatening complication. In this context is refeeding syndrome. Yeah. Okay. So we end our conclusion, and don't forget acknowledgement and declaration. Declaration means you acknowledge your patient, you acknowledge your team, yeah, and also some declaration, for example, patient consent has been taken into the context of the case reporting. Okay, other important consideration. We know that wherever we report any papers, for example, RCT, we use consort. Protocol, we use spirit. Yeah. If we report observational study, we use stroke. But in this case report, it is recommended to use care. Yeah, so this is the reporting guideline when we wanted to publish. So the journal will say so, which reporting standard that we have to follow. So in the context of case report, we go we ask to follow care. So what are the care guidelines? You can go to the website, yeah, and then you can have this. You can go to this website, and they give you a lot of information. For example, it's helped me to understand how does case report looks like. What are the checklists that we have to follow? What are the sample of publication that you can actually refer at? So this is all the information that you can use in guiding publishing the case report. Yeah, and in fact, they also have the online training, but you have to pay. But there are some of the videos that make freely available, yeah, in this website, yeah, for the care writer. So this is the 13 guidelines that are made compulsory as part of the care checklist. Wherever the journal, the local journal is not really say that, but most of the international journal require us to follow the care checklist prior case report publication. Yes, so semua ni kena ada. Then one of the interesting thing that I found by the care guideline is to have patient perspective. To have patient perspective. So what does it mean? So maksudnya apa yang patient rasa, apa patient punya input selepas kita bagi intervention. So this is one of the example, yeah. The reversal of irritable bowel syndrome through all this diet elimination and lifestyle modification. So this author get patient perspective on how do they found. Yeah, so patient dalam bentuk narrative by the patient. Itu maksudnya. So if you allow me to read, I feel better than ever. I went into the process with a high desire to feel better since my gut symptom and fatigue began to impact everything. So something like after they receive the intervention, what is patient perspective towards the intervention? Yeah, so this is one of the example. So for this paper as well, because they follow the care guideline, you can have a look in this advanced in integrative medicine. Yeah. So you can see patient perspective in the narrative concept. I come from farming community. My parents lived into the late 90s. They were never on medication and live ever happy life. Then she moved to America, and especially in the last 15 years, my health has severely declined. Yeah. Then after hearing about this treatment, yeah, metabolic syndrome reversal program, the diet from several of my friends, then within 6 months, I am no longer taking my medication. Bear in mind, this is a Journal of Integrative Medicine, yeah, alternative intervention. So dia tak ambil medication dah. I feel so much better and I cannot thank this clinician enough. So therefore, in writing a case report nowadays, it will require a proper planning. You have to identify your patient, you have to discuss with your patient, you have to get consent, and now they want patient perspective pula. Yeah, so we have to plan ahead. This is if you have an intention to publish in the certain journal that following the care guideline. Okay. Now we move to identify the journal. So as I mentioned, ini adalah journal yang available. This is still free. Malaysian Journal of Medical and Health Sciences. I think there is a cost around RM350 tak silap saya. Ini free ya. Ini pun dah kena bayar. But at least go for those who are cited in certain things so that wherever people find out, it is in the PubMed. Yeah, World of Science. Web of Science, Corpus, or at least my site. Make sure at least my site, then semua jurnal ni adalah untuk my site. Ya. Okay, ini yang I mention tadi, advanced in integrative medicine. So if for example, you work in complementary and you have found that patient use complementary and is successful, or even there is some negative impact, this is one of the good journal for you to publish. Advanced in integrative medicine. Yeah, so dia ada bagi guideline. So we have to read the guideline, and usually case report is not long, 3,000 words, around 5 pages. Yeah. Okay. Our Asian Journal of Dietetics is now free. So if you wanted to use as a practice, yeah, the charge of publication is free until the end of 2024. If you have some piece, you wanted to get it ready just to exercise, why not publish here? It's still made for dietitian, yeah, and it is free until the end of 2024. So for doctors or pharmacists or any other healthcare professional here, you have some interesting study, you wanted to publish here, work with your dietitian. Make it very niche to the dietetic fraternity. Yeah. I also like this case journal, case report in clinical nutrition, but unfortunately it's already tak ada dah dekat literature, but there's a lot of collection of case report that you can actually go through and have a look. Yeah. Itulah. Tak nak pergi. Nanti, takut pula nak pergi nanti tiba-tiba kita tak ni. Kita try. Yeah. Alhamdulillah boleh masuk balik. Yeah, so dia dah discontinued journal, but I found it's very interesting where you can have a look into a lot of case report that related to nutrition that will give us some example, good example. Contohnya macam most cited, kenapa tak boleh masuk dah? Yeah. Or the latest one, yeah, you can have food intolerance. So it is all related to nutrition and dietetic, but very unfortunate, this journal has already discontinued. Yeah. Okay. Good. Right. Now BMJ is also a good case report. It's a very, but I think it's an open access where you have to, where we have to pay for it. Yeah. Okay. Other point to be considered: clear and concise language. Avoid unnecessary medical jargon, yeah, and also excessive abbreviation. Medical jargon ni contohnya macam kalau kita nak publish in medical journal, we use the word NCP and we not really elaborate what does it mean. So it's considered unfamiliar for those not in dietetic fraternity. Itu maksudnya, yeah. So we have to really simplify it to be understand by the whole reader of that particular journal. Common issue, I think in sama lah. Dan yang paling penting sekali bila kita nak submit adalah must follow the required format. Yeah. Okay, writing style. Okay, kita lepas ni kita rehat sekejap. Yeah. Kemudian kita tengok AI. So contohnya, manuscript is written must be in academic or is in academic tone. Yeah, so it must be differ from phrases encountered in daily clinical practice. Contohnya kita guna on examination, present with, off note. It's not usually recommended in the academic writing. Yeah, so clinical signs are either present or absent, not positive or negative. You cannot say that patient present if positive outcome of blah blah blah. Yeah, so dalam academic writing kita tak boleh. So I'm using AI to tell me how should we do this, yeah? So to align your manuscript with academic tone, you can use more formal, precise language. So kalau on examination, upon clinical assessment, during the clinical evaluation. And I asked AI to show me the example. How do we do this? On examination, the patient presented with edema and low serum phosphate. So the AI rewrite for me, during clinical evaluation, the patient demonstrate, yeah, or exhibit peripheral edema and laboratory result reveal hypophosphatemia. So you can actually use AI to tone your language so that is aligned with academic publication. Yeah, so contoh present with boleh replace with exhibit, demonstrate, the patient has symptom of. Off note, kita boleh tukar kepada it is noteworthy or significant finding include. Positive and negative sign, yeah, because the word yang negatif ni kita try to avoid, poor macam tu kita try to avoid. So kita akan replace with present or absent. For example, instead of the patient had a positive sign of edema, right? Patient exhibit edema. That's all. Yeah. Okay. Tak pandai. Okay. Other important point. Kalau boleh discuss dengan senior member or experienced colleague. Ya, maksudnya whether or not what we manage tu betul tak, and it is worth publishing. And the best part, if we involve other colleague as well. Ya, contohnya kalau we manage, like in my case now, I'm managing metabolic obesity. So I know in my paper to be good, I should also include my clinician. I should include my surgeon. And if the case require some perspective of a mental health, it's psychological component, I should rope in my clinical psychologist to be part of my paper. So it will be looked as a holistic approach of the paper. Okay. Yeah. So let's rest for a while. I hope all of you can kita nak tengok AI pula macam mana nak guna. So Dr. Ramadan, saya nak kita rest kejap untuk kita reflect, ya, sebelum kita pergi kepada AI teknik. Sebab ni kita nak guna sedikit apa kita panggil lab work macam tu lah, bukan lab work, apa kita panggil, practical. Yeah, so I will try to embed the component of practical. Kita ada dalam setengah jam. Kita rehat sekejap boleh?
Yes, can.
Okay, yeah.
So alright, all the participants can rest for 5 minutes.
And you, kalau ada soalan nak tanya pun boleh. So kita rest sekejap. Terima kasih. So I will
Thank you very
nak
much.
sharing pun takut dah.
Prof, for the question, we will put it at the end of the session.
Sure. Macam mana nak tutup kamera pun. So funny.
Boleh tengok dekat bawah sekali. Stop video. Ada tak? Okay, dah tutup. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good day everyone. So we are back.
Yes.
So Prof, you shall proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. So now with the emerging trend of AI techniques or AI technology, I think it's truly helped us in many things, and we can also use as a guidance for case report writing. Yeah. So let's see how they can help us. Yeah. Tapi berhati-hatilah, jangan sampai kita menjadikan dia sebagai sumber utama yang menyebabkan we tend to plagiat. Yeah? Plagiarism is no in any publication. Right. So we know that AI is the best tool, and in fact, we cannot deny how powerful they are in academic research. Yeah. So how AI can help us? Number one, you have a case, you have roughly a case, it can help you to generate ideas. How should you go about? Yeah. And then it also can help us to structuring the content. So contohnya kalau we only have some idea, tapi kita tak boleh nak put things in sentence, we can just type it and it can help us to generate and structure to make it a nice content. In some of the AI, they can also help us to synthesize literature, and surprisingly, they can manage our data, edit, but most important, we must comply with the ethical, the things that we have to adhere as a writer, because we have to responsible in any data that we publish. Yeah. So these are some of the guidance using artificial intelligence in academic writing and research. Yeah. So what and how they can help us. So I identify from this paper, there are 6 areas that where AI can help us. Yeah. I'm not going to very detail how AI helps and ni. Yang biasa that I usually use in my daily use, yeah, as a academician, semua tu. Many roles that I play right now. I use a lot of ChatGPT. I'm sure that all of you use ChatGPT as well, because it's truly help. And at some point, but it's sometimes overwhelming for writing a manuscript. We can also use Genie AI. Yeah. Yang lain ni saya tak pernah guna lagi. So these are the 2 common things that I usually use to help me in completing my daily tasks. As I mentioned earlier on, with the AI technology is truly expedite my current work like 10 times, 10 kali ganda. Yeah. So it's truly fast. It gives you an idea. It can generate data. A lot of things can be done. But the key things adalah kita kena lagi pandai daripada this. This is only, I can say something like, apa kita panggil pemudah cara. But you have to know how to let them mudah cara. Yeah. Okay. So there are things. Okay. In any of the AI technology, there are things that we have to understand is prompt, how to prompt them. The better you prompt the technology, the better you prompt the AI learning, the AI machine learning, the better the outcome you will get. So you must put things in context. So contohnya, we have to know what are the context that we want to put. Contohnya, nanti kita akan buat dalam case study ni, apa yang kita nak dia buat? Apa task yang you nak? Apa instruction yang you nak dia buat? Apa, how to clarify thing? How to refine? So all of the prompt formula must be clear to chat, to whatever engine that you wanted to put in. Ya, kita tak boleh just cakap, tell me more about the case report. So it's very generic. So you have to put context. Okay, I'm a dietitian. I wanted to publish a case report in this journal, and it must be academically sound. So this is the content. Write me a simple abstract. Contohnya, itu maksudnya context, task, instruction. It must be clear, and you have to refine them many times. Then only you will get a nice one. Yeah. Okay, so nanti kita boleh tengok. Okay, this is also another prompt checklist that you can use. Task, apa task dia, apa konteks dia, apa example dia, who is the person that will read you, how the format should looks like, how the tone. You have to tell this to the engine, then they can help you to come out with a proper idea. Ya, ni juga ada banyak. So now people are really hiring prompt engineers. So kalau this is something like in the market world, market workplace, the new work, the new job opportunity is called prompt engineer. So kalau boleh buat ni memang buat duit lah. Okay. Alright. So jom kita try. Okay. So this is my patient. Okay. Saya cuba nak copy ni. Saya nak tengok macam mana boleh tak buat ni. Okay. So kita copy yang ini. Kejap ya. Buka dulu my what you can see. Okay, now you can see my, okay, I need to change to my here. Okay, so I dah try tadi. Yeah, so now this is the free version where you can actually put certain numbers. I think tak berapa ingat dalam 4 atau 5 prompt, 5 communication, you will use the higher end version where they have more expanded database. But then they go back to the basic one where they just give generic comment. But it's sufficient for you to start with. Yeah. So maybe you can go to your ChatGPT. You can, okay, kita tengok ni. Okay, this is the new thing. Yeah, okay, so. Kalau kita tengok tadi, you can see I put my context. Okay, kadang-kadang kalau I malas, I just type context je. So you introduce yourself. Who are you? Yeah. And then I wanted to teach about publishing a case report using AI. So what should I do? Okay, so they can say lah, introducing AI, tools, banyak ada benda yang they can say step, collection of case, dia bagi kan. So yang ni masih lagi very generic. So katalah I sambung kat sini, okay. So kita nak buat context, ya. Okay. This is the case. Okay, so let's say kita tak type context. Okay, nak tunjuk dulu macam mana kalau kita just belum lagi. Okay, so you just put, I dah copy ke tadi? Belum. Macam ya. Okay, so I copy yang ini. Kita nak tengok, this is my patient. Kita nak try, nak jadikan dia abstract contohnya. Patient 45-year-old, BMI 45 juga, with all comorbid condition, method of weight loss, reduce and increase, refer from KK to metabolic obesity clinic. Ni case yang you nak try to come out. Plan nak buat pre-operative bariatric surgery workout, aim for 5 to 10% weight loss in 3 months via diet and exercise. Okay, you copy yang ni. Ni case yang you tengok contohnya. Then you nak try to write into abstract. Okay, yeah. Okay, so you paste. Yeah. Boleh juga attach file, tapi in the free version I think dalam 3 atau 4 kali. Dan okay, so ya, ni tanpa konteks ya. Write me an abstract contoh. Kita tengok apa yang akan keluar. Ya. So you can actually put things dan minta dia buat. Simple. Okay. Okay. Tapi is that sufficient? Apa yang kurang kat sini? Dia tak ada introduction, ya, dia tak ada dia ada goal, dia tak ada outcome, dia cuma ada aim, dia tak ada progress dan dia fluctuate, dia tak ikut format yang kita dah terangkan. Ya, dan dalam konteks ni kita tak tahu siapa kita. Sama ada you are FMS, you are pharmacist, you are doctors, or you are dietitian. So from which context? Yeah. Jadi if you wanted to make it this case more interesting, this is where you have to type context. Yeah. Okay. So contohnya, now let's rewrite the case. Okay. Introduce yourself first. I am a clinical dietitian. Contoh ya, working in the area of metabolic surgery of obesity. Contoh ya, I wanted to publish this case to an academic journal. You can put the journal so they can become more structured. using a care guideline. Yeah. Okay. So you dah bagi context, you are a dietitian. Yeah. Working in the area of metabolic surgery. So ini pun adalah AI ni. When you download the Grammarly, you can see they can help you. Yeah, kalau Grammarly, they can help you to refine your sentence. You can see here, this is Grammarly. Ini pun dipanggil AI technology to improve and rephrase your sentence. Yeah, so working in the area in academic. So kalau you tak nak pun tak apa. Care guideline for a case report. Okay, contoh ya. Sebanyak boleh you kena bagi chat GPT ni adalah information how you wanted to craft the case. Okay. And then you can add on the intervention that I have given from diet perspective include contoh MRP, IF, intensive portion control. Cuba kita tengok apa akan jadi. Apa lagi kita nak tambah ya? And patient had successfully lost 10% in 3 months. Cuma kita tengok. Okay. Yeah. So bila you dah bagi, okay, and then biasanya I type context je dan it will help. Yeah. Don't worry about the grammar, don't worry about the spelling, just post and see what they give. Sepatutnya kalau kita nak dia write abstract, kita cakap rewrite the abstract. Yeah. So nampak kat sini dia ada memory update. So this is where the context, they know who you are. So you can see here, the case report highlight the successful pre-operative weight management, blah, 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 referred from primary care. Yeah, patient had history of failed weight loss attempt. A structured dietary was implemented over a 3-month period. The patient achieved 10%. This report, okay, so ada outcome juga. Kalau you tak nak yang ni, boleh minta dia remove lah. Yeah, so then this is how the AI can help you. Yeah, so you can see from very generic comment, yeah, now to become a little bit better, where we can help to improvise them further. Itu dia punya ni, konteks. Okay, katalah konteks yang berbeza pula. Okay, so konteks berbeza. You wanted to write, you put, okay. Now let's focus. I am a physiotherapy, contohnya, physiotherapist. Working on this case, yeah, working on this case and would like to highlight and okay, case highlight the role of physiotherapist in the context of this case. Okay, maybe include specific intervention. Sebab saya bukan fisioterapis, so saya cuba type dulu. Include specific intervention that in the context, in the context of my role. Okay, kita tengok apa yang akan keluar. Okay. Okay, so here dia boleh bagilah lebih spesifik kepada whoever role as a physiotherapist in helping the patient. Then you can add more data, yeah. You can actually add more data so that it become more interesting. So the most important, in other words, the most important in using AI technology, yeah, at least in the context of ChatGPT, is to provide appropriate context. You can also provide, some of my friends provide appropriate population. Siapa you nak serve? academic journal. So then they become more structured in giving you the direction. Yeah. Basically macam case ni kan. Contoh katakan kita ambil balik case ni. Okay, kita cover balik yang ini tadi. Ya. Okay, so kita kata kat sini. Okay. Context. You can try later ya. You paste yang ini. So katakan you tak puas hati contohnya. I need to add the gaps. Yeah. To start the abstract. Contoh it is not clear from the current write-up what is the introduction, what is the gap of the case. Okay. So, because remember, it help us to generate an idea. Jadi kita nak tengok, kadang-kadang kita tak boleh nak fikir surah. So you wanted to know what is the gap. I cannot understand from this. Yeah. So you just post. Okay, so you nampak dia dah keluarkan satu. Okay. So obesity management, especially in patients with severe comorbidities, remain clinical challenge due to the complexity of sustained weight loss and long-term health outcome. So dia dah boleh bagi. Yeah, right. So this is how AI works. You have to communicate with them in a language that you know better than him. So kalau you tak setuju ni, you have to instruct her or instruct him or instruct whatever you call him to redo your paper. Macam ni panjang kan? So you can actually ask, okay, shorten, improve, blah, blah. Yeah. So then they give, so kat sini pun dia ada bagi cadangan. So use this as a guide for you to recraft your paper. Don't copy, but at least give you input so that you can start adding more information. Lepas tu dah tulis, masuk balik dalam ni untuk improve your language, reread. So do this many times. Then you will get a good piece of abstract, for example. Yeah. Ini kalau kita guna ChatGPT, where you have to do section by section. Okay. Right. Okay, we go back to the slide. Okay, yeah. So kita, sebab tu kena bagi dalam konteks macam ni, very generic. You can see they come up with a very generic thing. Yeah. So kalau kita bagi dia lagi konteks, contoh, use your profession to guide in case report, then it can turn that case become very specific or very unique to your profession. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So ini sama. Okay. Lepas I habiskan slide ni, okay, I nak tunjuk another one that is called Jenna. Ya, kita try tengok. Sekejap ya. Sekejap, I type dulu. I tak buka pula lagi. Jenna AI. Ya. Jenny, bukan Jenna. Okay, I dah login tak? I tak ingat. Okay. I haven't used this for my tak sesuai pula ini. Kita guna yang biasa dulu ya. Okay, contoh start writing. Alamak. Masih ini lah. Sorry. Kita tak boleh nak guna tanpa ni. You boleh sign up. Oh, I think boleh tak? Start je writing. Okay. Tak boleh juga. Kejap ya. I stop sharing sekejap. Okay, kejap ya. Bagi saya ruang untuk type sekejap. Nanti saya share balik. Okay. Alright. Saya tak boleh masuk ni. Okay dah. Okay, so I share balik. Share screen. Kalau kita boleh tengok kat sini. Tadi main. Okay, so ini Jenna So let's say kita buat new document. Okay. Gen AI ni banyak So okay. So new document, you have to give them a context lah. Contoh write in. Okay, okay. So dia kata kat sini kan, context, prompt, that's the word that we have to use. Contohnya, write a case report of type 1 contoh. Type 1 diabetes, adolescent with an issue in transition of nutrition due to busy schedule, present with DKA from dietetic point of view. You wanted to get the idea first. So katakan standard heading, kalau no outline tu dia tak bagi outline. Now standard heading, then you tengok start writing. Okay. This is where Jenny AI, dia akan bagi some introduction. Dan katakan dia letak macam ni, dia akan letak, okay, introduction, dia buat macam ni, kalau kita accept, dia akan keluar. Memang, okay, then dia type lagi, dan kalau kita accept, then dia akan keluar. So, you can see how it helped us basically in come out with this brief of draft to start with. Contohnya macam this case report will examine the case of an adolescent who experienced an issue in transitioning their nutrition, ultimately leading to life-threatening episode of DKA. This is where they need more information. So kalau kata you nak ubah di sini, AI command, okay, so revise to add more input on patient challenges. Contoh kita minta dia ubah dan see what will happen. So kat sini diubah sikit. Adolescent must juggle school, blah blah blah. This case report examine the case of adolescent with type 1 transitioning their nutrition, ultimately leading. So they can actually help you in crafting the first draft. The more information, the more prompt you put it in, the better the piece of outcome that you will get. But again, remember to always rephrase the sentence, because it will be detected in the plagiarism. So here you can actually replace selection you want, or you wanted them to try again, or you want to discard, then you wanted to use this. So they can help you, macam ni introduction, you don't want literature, so you change to case presentation. Okay, so here, so they can try, tengok, dia boleh, apa kita panggil? Dia boleh, they can put their imaginary patient. So kalau you nak dapatkan idea, you can just accept, tengok apa yang akan berlaku. So you can see. So nampak, jadi at least to start with, you can have kind of framework, then you can put it in, but remember, be responsible in anything that you put it in. Okay. So you can see, and don't believe on this, you have to double check. But as I mentioned, it generate idea, it gives some a construct, but how reliable it is you to validate. So you can have a look on that. Okay. Okay, so let's go back to our main thing to do. So at least I give you some idea on how to do it. Okay, can you see my screen now? Okay, boleh, All right. Okay, so now let's move on. Okay, ethics. So now certain journal would require us to declare AI or AI assisted technology. So we must have a disclosure of instruction. So contoh ayat dia macam ni dalam JAND. This declaration does not apply to the use of basic tool for checking grammar macam Grammarly tadi is okay. But for example, during the preparation of this work, use ChatGPT in order to what? Okay, so and then they put at least 4 guidance what are the role of AI in helping? Bukan penulis semuanya, tetapi basically improve readability and language, yeah, but not to interpret the data or drawing scientific conclusion. It must come from the author because it's our responsibility. Yeah? So apply the technology with human oversight and control and carefully review and edit the results. So tadi kita dah ada Jenny AI who actually give us construct the content, but we have to oversight and control how much the information we have to put it in, and it must be correct to our situation. Yeah, and of course it has been debated in the literature whether we should put ChatGPT as our co-author. It is not. It should be not listed under the co-author or cite AI as an author. Yeah, takut juga ni kalau berlaku in the future. Yeah, and it must be disclosed in the manuscript, especially if the journal required. I have not seen in our local journal as yet, but a lot of international journal nowadays require us to disclose if we use AI and for what. Yeah, so use AI and AI assisted technology in the writing process, and this is what they suggested. Okay, right. So as a summary, I think it's about time. Yeah, I hope at the end of the sharing session, all of us here, including myself, understood the comprehensive case report for potential publication in a suitable journal. So we can leverage on the AI. It can help us to generate idea and draft the case report. So we have seen just now how ChatGPT and Jenny AI can help us on it. But please bear in mind, as an author, we are 100% hold the ethical standard in writing and publishing. That shouldn't be changed. Yeah, right. Okay, I think I would like to know how do you rate your understanding now? Yeah, so from 2 point something just now to how much, I don't know. I hope I have done the justice to everyone. Yeah, okay. Ada ke orang ni? Wah, macam alright. Alhamdulillah. So berapa orang je yang answer ni? Kan I short sendiri kan? Okay. Okay. Ya, dah berapa orang answer ni? Tak nampak ni. Berapa ni? Ramadan? Okay, ada yang
50, Prof.
30 Thank you Dr. Ramadan.
55.
Oh, 50. Okay lah. So Alhamdulillah, I think all of you satisfied, and I hope we can see many more. Kalau try to publish dekat Asian Journal of Dietetics. Is free until the end of this year, just to kickstart some of your creativity. With the AI technology nowadays, it should be able to help us at least to generate some of the draft. Yeah, thank you so much. Apa lagi yang I ada dalam slide ni? It is a long journey. It's a long road, but it will be giving you a satisfaction when you see your paper out there. In terms of sharing information to your fraternity, yeah, in this contact, dietitian, healthcare professional, or whatsoever. With that, I thank you for your kind attention. Okay, so hand over to you, Ramadan.
Thank you very much, Prof. Nisa. It's a very wonderful session. We learned a lot from your slides, from your sharing. Alhamdulillah. So, Prof, let's move on to the Q&A session, Prof. So I will read out some questions from the chat box. So let's move on to the first question from Nur Hidayah Ghazali. Okay, she writes, thank you so much, Prof. Dr. Nisa, for your great sharing. Earlier in your presentation, you mentioned that case studies can be written in both structured and unstructured. In your opinion, how does a narrative writing style impact readers? And could using proven principles from cognitive science help ensure they understand and remember the key messages of the case study?
Ni mesti AI punya question ni. I pun kena tanya ChatGPT macam nak jawab ni. Wow. Okay, basically, okay, number one, that's why in my presentation, first thing first, wherever you wanted to publish your case report, whether it is structured or unstructured, depending on the needs of the journal. That's number one. Yeah. I have also seen one of the journal. Sekejap ya, I tengok dalam tadi masa Google. They also have title something like a case report and narrative review, where they combine the case presentation and they include a literature review to narratively conclude the case. So nowadays, I can see a lot of people try to accommodate the needs for case report together with narrative review. Yeah, you can do that as well. Contohnya, kita nak publish protocol. It's not easy to publish protocol. Yeah, so you can do publishing a narrative review and you put a section on that narrative review of your case, of your study protocol. Yeah, the project that you are ongoing, provided that your protocol has been cited in any of your clinical trial website ke apa. Yeah, so it's actually can combine depending on the needs of the journal.
Alright.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. So next question from Nur Izzati Roslan. May I know where should we put the patient perspective in our writing? Should it put in discussion section?
After the discussion.
Okay.
Dia memang ada section kalau kita ikut care guideline tu, you can go to the care website tu, yeah. And then dia akan letak bawah sebelum selepas discussion, memang specific section, patient perspective in narrative point, macam apa yang patient tu cakap, ya. Tapi janganlah letak patient tu cakap, you have to tune that to academic journal write up as well. This is where AI can help. Yeah, all right.
Okay, all right. Okay, another question from Nora Shima. I just wanted to ask if a patient is unable to speak or verbalize due to a medical condition like a stroke, are we allowed to write from the family or caregiver's perspective?
Of course, this is what we call surrogate, apa kita panggil surrogate informer. Yeah, bukan patient tu tapi surrogate. So you can have perhaps not patient perspective but caregiver perspective. Anything that look into how patient improve after your intervention. Macam ICU patient kan, rehab. Yeah.
All right. Okay, that's very clear. So next question from Faris Omar. As a rule of thumb, how many visits by patients to dietitian is required in order for a case study can be written?
No rule of thumb. Yeah, as long as you can see the intended outcome that you wanted to see. Okay, katalah kalau, tapi kita tahu kan, contoh macam diabetes. For you to have A1C to be a gold standard measures, at least you need 3 to 6 months. You cannot have tomorrow. Yeah, so you need to know from the literature, from the gold standard treatment, what is the intended goal. And you try to match with the visit. Walaupun you ada 100 visit, tak semestinya 100 visit tu you have to publish. You have to select which visit that is important and relevant to put into your case report. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So it's based on the relevancy of the data for the reports. So actually this is a continuation from Faris Omar. I think he's from private hospital because as a private hospital dietitian, we don't really able to meet patient frequently. Normally warded patients stay for maybe 2 or 3 days before discharge and never see us again. I have 2 to 3 patients who stay for 1 or 2 months but later on pass away.
Okay.
And outpatient also, not everyone come back for follow-up. So yeah, please advise us minimum number of visits before a patient qualified to be recorded into a case study.
Okay. First thing first, it's not about the number of visits, as I mentioned. Yeah, it is about the intended goal that you wanted to see. So not necessary they must be seen by you. Yeah, sebab tu kita kena work together with other multidisciplinary. In the system, you may know when patient will come. They may come to see endocrinologist or they may come to see cardiologist. Yeah, so you can actually report their outcome with the consent from your cardiologist to put as part of the case study. Tak semestinya dia jumpa kita. Tetapi sekiranya memang you nak jadikan ni sebagai case, you dah anticipate this is you wanted to become a case, you can talk to your cardiologist, please refer this back to me because I wanted to wrap up the case at this point of time. Okay, dia adalah case yang dirancang. Kita anticipate that we wanted to use this as a case report, case presentation from the beginning. Ya, itu maksudnya. Sebab tu bila kita nak tulis case, kita dah tahu dah. Sekali mungkin kita tak nampak, 2-3 kali dia datang, kita dah rasa, I think this is worth publishing. So then you follow the case throughout. How many report, how many visit is not important, but when are you going to see the intended goal tu yang important. Remember, patient must also know that we wanted to publish this case. Sebab kita nak dapatkan consent dia. Yeah? So that's the things that we have to put into a context.
All right. So thank you very much, Prof. So we have another question from the chat box from Ahmad Shakirin bin Sulom. My question is, since AI draft the sentence and includes some of the facts or information, how to include the citation? Or can we ask AI to include the citation or reference?
Okay. All right. Number one, there is a specific AI technology that can cite your work. Contohnya Mendeley, EndNote, kan? So that's the AI as well that can be used to cite your work. You can have Jenny AI to cite your work, but they are only limited to certain period of time. Contohnya macam ChatGPT, dia tak tahu apa yang berlaku selepas tahun 2023. Ya, tahun ni punya, semalam punya cerita, whatever yang ada di TV right now, they cannot capture because there are certain period of time. You have to aware that. And then you have to verify because ChatGPT is a visualized imaginary things. Dia come out je dengan apa-apa yang dia suka, dia petik je, but it's actually not available. So it's your role to verify every single words that you put in the context. Yeah. So kalau kata betul-betul in the world of write-up, the AI that help us in citing is Mendeley, EndNote. Itu adalah yang memang kita guna untuk cited. Yang Jenny AI ataupun ChatGPT, dia hanya bagi kita gambaran, wish paper. And our role is to select those more more recent lah. And kena baca lah full journal tu. Kalau malas nak baca, boleh suruh ChatGPT summarize juga. Upload je dekat gambar tu, summarize for me. Pun boleh.
Yeah. I think that's better. My personal experience also, I think ChatGPT and other AI tools somehow they give us wrong information for the citation. Sometimes the citation or even the publication is not available. It's not exist. Yeah.
So
all right. Yeah. So let's continue, Prof. We have another question from Nur Izzati Roslan. What other skills should dietitians have to effectively use AI in their writing?
You need to have a strong evidence base. You need to have a strong evidence base. Then only you can go back to chat. Otherwise, chat will cheat you. So be careful.
All right. Hope it's clarified, Izzati. So please be careful. All right. Now, I think a lot of compliments from the participants.
Thank
from
you so much.
Rajeswari, from Eloise, and from 373397, the code. Okay. This person has two questions to you. Is there a standard validated questionnaire to gather patient's perspective?
The patient perspective tadi.
Yeah.
You can create.
Validated questionnaire.
Yeah, it's not validated sebab dia naratif kan. Maksud naratif tu maknanya it can come, but you can create several open-ended question. Okay, you can create, okay, how do you find after the intervention? What is the challenges? Do you think it's beneficial? Because they wanted to know from patient point of view, betul-betul tak treatment ni what we call bermanfaat, beneficial. So there is no validated sebab dia bukan research, but you can create apa yang you nak, dan mestilah relevant to your case report.
All right. Okay. Next, Prof, we have Samira. If the case is not seen by me during the first visit, but I met the patient during one of the follow-up meeting, should I include the previous visit as a baseline assessment?
To make it a nice full story, you should. And this is where you should have a team to write together with you. Yeah. So this is what we call coordination of care, because unless when you see him or when you see this patient, this is where the issues come, the issue arise, and you wanted to focus on that only particular issues. Yeah, yang sebelum tu hanya supporting, not relevant but support. Then you can move on. Tapi katalah dia dah lengkap the whole story, relevant, you have to include, and good to have your team to be part of your co-authors.
Okay. All right. So is there any question from the floor? So yeah, I think that's all. So we have one more question, Prof. Just coming in. How to appoint co-authors?
Good point. Dia bukan silent readers. Dr. Ramadan pun boleh jawab lah. I guess yang relevant. Contohnya kalau multidisciplinary team. In my clinic, for example, when we manage this case, we have surgeon, we have endo, we have rehab specialists, we have clinical psychologists. Then if, for example, you include all the 4 components in your paper, they can be your co-authors, provided they also read your paper, they also contribute in terms of their role. Dan yang paling penting dia kena baca lah. Sebab kita tak nak bila kita publish, tiba-tiba dia kata, kenapa ada nama I dan my intervention is wrong. So we don't want that, because at the end when you wanted to publish, you have to get all their signatures. Kan? Jadi dia orang kena baca, dia orang bersetuju berada dalam tu, dan dia orang kena verify your data. So kalau dia tak bagi apa-apa, then remove. Okay.
Okay. Simple as that. If if your co-authors did not contribute anything, then you can remove. Okay. So I think that will be the end of our session. Thank you very much, Prof. Nisa, for a very enlightening session. So to summarize, we really hope that all the participants can start to write up your case study as shown by Prof. Nisa. At the moment, we still lack of case studies publication in terms of nutrition. So hopefully, many dietitians can produce more case studies. So with that, I think that's all for today's session. But to all participants, before we end our program, right? So hold on, I have some announcement. Yeah, all right. So before we end our session, I would like to announce that we will reconvene the third session this afternoon at 2 p.m. So please feel free to stay in the room as it will remain open until the program ends. And we encourage you to return by 2 p.m. or even a bit earlier. So with that, thank you. We look forward to seeing you soon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Questions after each session. This session is being recorded, and a copy of recording, presentation materials, and e-certificate will be shared with you via email. If you experience any technical issues during the webinar, please use the chat function to contact our technical support team. A QR code of attendance and feedback will be displayed at the end of the session. For any inquiries or attendance, please contact Puan Hidayah at 018-249-4048 or Puan Shima at 010-225556. Dear members of the audience, now let us start our third session. Before we begin, allow me to share some information about our speaker. Ms. Ho Chiao Yi is a dietitian at Institute Kanser Negara. She has been working as a clinical dietitian with 15 years of experience in medical nutrition therapy for surgery and oncology patients in government healthcare setting. She has produced 24 publications, including case studies and research across multiple health disciplines. Ms. Ho completed her Master of Science in Clinical Nutrition by Research at University Putra Malaysia in 2020. In 2021, she was honored with the Best Thesis Award for her research entitled Effectiveness of Enhanced Recovery After Surgery with Whey Protein-Infused Carbohydrate Loading on Postoperative Outcome Among Gynecologic Cancer Patients. Currently, she is pursuing a PhD in Clinical Nutrition at UiTM. Ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our session entitled Crafting Your Manuscript Ethical Consideration and Patient Consents. Ms. Ho, the floor is yours. Over to you, Ms. Ho.
Good afternoon. Could you all listen to me? Boleh dengar suara saya?
Yes, but it's very slow.
Please.
Can you increase the volume? Yeah.
Okay. Is it better now?
Yes, it's clear now.
Okay. So thank you for the organizer for having me here to share a little bit our experience in the writing and publication. Actually, the case study is quite challenged for the publication as compared with the research paper. Much more challenge because not much journal is accepting the case study as publication, so quite limited, and then the cost is quite high. Some journal, the cost will be quite similar with the research paper actually. So we will think of, is it worth to publish the case study with the price same with the research paper? Yeah. Okay. So okay, sorry for that. Try to share. Okay, for the first section, we try to discuss a little bit how to craft our manuscript, and then how's the ethical consideration. So, is it patient consent? Is it needed for the case study? Okay, so actually for the case study, we try to write out, try to advance the dietetics field by enhancing the knowledge other than implement MNT, improving patient care and foster the profession growth with this method. And then actually we try to communicate the MNT or how to implement the MNT in the real world. So we try to analyze or document the real world example by how we implement our nutrition care or MNT on the patient outcome. So there will be application of the theory to the practice. Okay, and very individualized care. Some patient, the MNT is not able to produce the outcome that we expected. So we try to change a little bit. From there, then we will realize, it will be worse in the real world. Okay, it will involve critical thinking, problem solving, and then it will promote the professional development by sharing the how we try to deal with the patient with certain issue or certain problem. and then with evidence sharing, because of what we practice now is MNT with evidence based, but not the testimonial. So with the sharing, with the evidence, we will confirm that we can share out the intervention that we may be consider during our patient intervention, and then it will involve the patient education and outcome tracking. Okay, actually during the case study writing, the challenges that we face in the dietitian with lack of mentorship. Okay, at the first stage that I started on the case study writing in the 2015, 2014, we try to write out that a case that we feel that is interesting with a pediatrician, and then we don't know who to approach to. We ask CRC and then nobody can help us. Then we try to find among the senior or the cosmet or whoever that might help. And then the other issue will be funding. No budget for us to publish. Okay, and then we'll think of, is it we qualify or not, or we competent or not to writing. And then during the working environment or the working life, there's too much stress, too little time, a lot of clocking words, documentation, and then could we squeeze out our time to writing? There will be an issue that we try to think of. Okay, so what case worth to be write out? Then I think the morning session speaker already explained a little bit on that, so I might skip that. Okay, how to write a clear and concise case study section. After we get a case, usually for the case study, there is a retrospective method. So when we find out the case that how to handle it, and then we find out there is a good outcome or there is a outcome that we expected, so we consider to be write up. So title. For the title, usually for the first stage, we will try to write out whatever we want. We try to highlight the point that we want to convey to the audience. And then for the abstract, just as the usual research paper, but there is a little bit difference in terms of structure. Okay, for the abstract, the content of introduction as usual, but for the case problem and the solution, it will include as a case presentation rather than the research article will be the methodology, result, and discussion. It will, for the methodology, will become case presentation. So during at the case presentation part, we'll discuss the patient problem, how we solve it, and then result. What is the result? Then after that, we discuss and conclude. Okay, so for the writing part, after abstract, we will go to introduction and result. For a paper, we try to attract audience or the reader attention. We try to make the result part to be visual as possible. So we try to use chart, graph, or image. Let's say in the dietetic, usually we use a chart or graph, or in the clinical side, means a clinician, physician, or even surgeon, orthopedic, they will try to use the image or X-ray, wound picture, or the how they conduct the surgery in the photo method. Okay, it was simple and easy to be understanding. And then over here, we try to highlight the key data in the table, try to present the critical information clearly and make sure the data that support what we discuss later. Okay, over here, I try to show that if, let's say, result, I try to mosaic it because there is still confidential. The paper currently still in under review. We try to publish it if possible this year. Okay, over here we have a 2 case. So rather than we spell out everything, how's the patient progress, whatever, it's good that we convert into graph. So the reader or the audience can catch up the information that we want to convey as much more easier, and then further read out our case study. Okay, so other than that, summarize. We try to enforce or we try to highlight the critical aspect that we want to convey for this for certain case study, and then we try to end with a stronger conclusion or a suggestion to provide a clear and concise final takeaway information to highlight our significance of the study. Okay, so how to effectively in the scientific writing. Okay, before this, there is a guideline we so-called care guideline, if not mistaken, 2013. There are guideline for us to be to follow as the structure of the case study. For those who want to kickstart, maybe can use that as a guide as well. Okay, so how to write effectively? Let's say in the dietetic case study, our audience we expect is more to the dietetic or dietitian, dietetic student. Okay, so understand your audience. Okay, and then we try to use a simple language, be specific, straight to the point. Okay, avoid redundant. Let's say we already spelled out in the introduction. Then in the case presentation, we don't need to repeat again for the statement. Okay, and then keep the reader engaged. We try to highlight the introduction, highlight the problem that we face during we handle the patient in the MNT session. We try to highlight the problem, and then after that, we try to attract the reader on suspicious, or they feel up want to know it. Okay, so and then after that we try to flow in the logical flow. After we introduce the problem, then after that what is the case they presented with that problem and how we solved it, then what is the outcome, stick to the main point. Okay, let's say in the previous case study, we try to emphasize the after bariatric surgery there will be anasarca sarcopenia there. That is the problem. Then what is the reason that cause a problem, and then during our intervention we try to tackle it, and how we tackle it, that will be the main point. Okay, in the case study. Like the previous, during the lunchtime, the organizers shared out the how to quote. Yeah, for the writing, we try to use the proper citation. Okay, especially in the introduction and the discussion part, whatever we writing, we need to have knowledge at the back, or means we have to cite the paper. There is a paper that said that, not simply said by us. Okay, so cite the relevant literature. Okay, the format depends on the journal that you want to submit. Okay, some journal will be required the reference format will be the APA. Some journal will be the Vancouver. Then we depends on the journal that you want to submit, and then we follow the format. Some journal will ask the reference that less than 10 years or 15 years. That we have to aware of. and then try to cite the latest paper as possible. Okay, then avoid plagiarism. During writing, we might tend to copy and paste from the previous or for the other's paper. It might cause the plagiarism. We try to replace it or conclude it after reading the paper, and then what is summarized in this paper. Okay, always credit the original source of idea or data. Means you have to, after you summarize the thing, then you have to cite the journal rather than just full stop, because the idea is from the previous journal. Okay, follow the guideline. With this, for this, there is a structure of the case study that we aim to publish, that try to adjust or edit your journal according to the guideline. Usually, the journal website, there will be author information or submission information. We will try to read through and then try to edit the manuscript according to the format. Try to be objective, means if we try to explain or evaluate the case study based on the data that we get it, not the other way around. The data have to support our idea. No. Okay. Maintain a formal tone, be professional, and in the writing there will be a past tense, but not a present tense. They will be try to aware of. Okay. So over here, I try to share a little bit the written case study manuscript. Okay, this is one of the example that we, the paper that we try to publish it. So over here, we try to highlight the PEM or the malnourished with the refeeding syndrome after bariatric surgery. So usually we'll think of a bariatric study, they were very, very well nourished patient after surgery, but the patient having malnourished. So what is the reason? And from the abstract there, the first sentence usually will speed up what is the problem and what is the objective. Usually in the abstract, we try to have a 1 or 2 sentences in the introduction section. Then we keep the words for us to explain more on the case presentation. So for the presentation, we try to highlight what is the current condition with the anthropometry, biochemical data, dietary data, and then what is our intervention followed. Okay, then what is the outcome that we find out after our intervention? Then followed by discussion and conclusion. This format depends on the journal that we submitted. Some journal, they just allow a little bit, maybe 200 words in the abstract. So we have to cut now. Okay, the other example, this is the one. In the abstract, they just limit 200. So the introduction, we just cut off straight away for the objective, and then case presentation, discussion, conclusion. That's it. 200 words only, quite limited. So we try to slim down as much as possible. Okay, there is another case study that we published with the surgeon. Okay, so common pitfall, or usually what we will try to miss out. Okay, first, for the clarity, some we will talk of during writing, we try to use the common short form, okay, rather than just pronounce it in full. Then we try to avoid like LOW, okay, LOA. We try to speed up rather than straight away use the short form. Okay, for structure and organization means the flow of the manuscript. Introduction. Okay, let's say the introduction, that is a quite limited words. Usually for the case study, okay, research article usually will allow 10 to 15 page. Okay, I think over here there is a lot of lecturer. There's a much more well worth than me. Okay, therefore the case study usually they just allow maybe 5 to 7 page. So for the introduction, we cannot panjang lebar, we cannot blah 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 a lot of thing. So for the introduction, usually we try to fix it as a 1 paragraph, the most 2 paragraph, and then we try to highlight our problem to attract the audience. Usually, at first we try to attract the editor so that he not reject our submission. Okay, wordiness. We try to keep to the words, okay, the number of words, avoid redundant. And usually for IKN, we try to use the chart, visual chart, rather than words in the result to keep, to jimat perkataan, to save the number of words, okay. Grammar, spelling error. Usually currently there is a lot of application that help us to check on the grammar. So before you jump to the application, maybe we can try to ask for the among the authors, who is the grammar is a much more better. Okay, Miss English teacher among the author, ask her to help to edit it. It might help as well. Okay, overloading with the information. In one case study, we try to focus in one issue, and then what is the intervention, what is the approach they want to settle the issue, and then the outcome. Other than that, we don't need to talk about too much other than the issue. And then lack of evidence. For those claim that we cannot support by the data, we cannot claim. Means okay, after the patient A, after go through our intervention, we try to declare, then the patient having weight gain after the intervention, but we didn't report the data. This means we cannot do so. No data, that is means that is not happen without data. Okay, plagiarism, just mentioned before, have to cite, and then don't copy paste. Okay, inadequate revision. For this revision, actually we need times and manpower. Okay, for the author, we can just repeat reading and then try to edit it. Every time I read my paper, my manuscript, there is a correction I need to do. Okay, or usually for the case study, we have a team, maybe 2 or 3, maybe 2, or with surgeon, let's say, or physiotherapy, we can ask them to try to read through. Could you understand it? Anything we want to add in from other profession point of view. Okay, try to get the feedback from other profession if possible. If not, then maybe seek the feedback from your colleague. Okay, other than that, formatting, style guideline, we have to follow the format of the journal, or else at the first stage, at the editor stage, we are kicked out already. Don't need to for the reviewer, senang kicked out. Okay, so okay, AI. For these few years, there's a lot of application we can use to help in the writing. So I exposed to this application just these 2 years. Before this, we didn't aware for this kind of the application for the writing, but you have to aware during integrating for this application. Usually the application that we use, actually the application very smart. You can write whatever we want. You just ask a question and then whatever, you will get the answer. But is it true or not? You have to screen it. Okay, ChatGPT, that's what the you can ask whatever. Okay, QuickBook, that's for paralyzed. You can try to adjust your sentences. QuickBook will help. It help a lot. Okay, Grammarly, for over here, QuickBook and Grammarly, that really helps in terms of writing actually. Okay, but what is the pro and cons? Pro, they're very efficient and speed up. You can write a paper within 1 day with the application. Okay, creativity, accuracy depends. Okay, time saving, yes. Okay, streamline content creation, yes. It will try to help you to create the structure and then you try to follow it, and consistent quality output. Okay, increase productivity, but there is a cons. Plagiarism might be the concern. Okay, then lack of originality means there is a computer generalized output, and then this is not from the human, not from you, and then we cannot claim that is mine. Okay, potential bias, inadequate information, programmer quality, limited credibility, and privacy issue. There will be AI integrating in the writing. We can use it, but try to minimize it because we can detect it. For the turning in, there is a turning in used to check rather than check plagiarism. Currently, turning in can detect AI integration in the writing. So it will detect, show in the turning in report. And with this report, the journal, I don't think ever accept it. Okay, over here, it's very fantastic writing, and then we just put it in the turning in, and then if let's say we cover the AI percentage from over here, there is just a 5%. This is very fantastic turning in report, means a very limited, very little plagiarism happen over here. But with the AI detection in the turning in, we can detect 96% of the manuscript is written by the AI, but not by the author. Okay, for the patient consent, yes, if possible, we need to have the patient consent before publication, if possible. If the patient still alive, and then we can reach the patient through the phone call or during TCA, if possible. We try to have the patient agreement, and then if possible, we have the written consent documentation, if possible. If let's say the written consent is hardly to be achieved, to be done, we try to have a phone call and then we record it in the medical means in our patient document, especially for those case study that involve patient, the picture of the patient, any part of the body. The patient have the right to agree or disagree for us to use it, even though they are our patient. Okay, medical ethics is required for the patient to understand and agree to how we use the information. We need to respect patient, although they are our patient. They are our patient under for the medical care, but not for the manuscript writing purposes. So we need to respect that. And then patient has the rights to ask for their identity to be protected and not exposed, and how we use the data. Is it the name or the IC or any data can be identified to protect their confidentiality. Okay, and then usually for patient will be trust on the healthcare profession, but we cannot take granted or the advantage to use their data for the publication without consent. Okay, when we explain to the patient what is the purpose that we use their data for the publication or presentation, most of the patient is very open and excited to participate and help in terms of to improve our healthcare system. Okay, some of the journal paper will ask for the documentation of patient consent before they publish your paper. They will ask for the proof or for the patient consent document. Some journal will ask so. Okay, so here is some of our published paper. For this case study, for the dust protein distribution effect, the blood sugar in the type 1 TM. That's my very first case study. And then yeah, when we start one, there are more to come. Yeah. Okay. So over here, there is for the first session from me. Okay, so we want to continue for the next session or
Hi, Ms. Ho. Thank you very much for the first session.
Yeah.
Since you have finished your slides, right?
Yeah.
Can we proceed with the Q&A session first?
For the second session?
No, we proceed with the Q&A session first.
Okay,
Then
sure.
we will continue with your next session because
Okay, sure.
we have few questions in the chat box. So I will read it out loud for you. All right, Ms. Ho. First from Hidayah Ghazali, if you can define it in a percentage, how much have you used AI tools during your writing?
Okay.
From Nur Hidayah Ghazali.
I try to. Okay, for the percentage, that depends on the journal. From the journal website, for the publication or for the author information page, some journal will declare for the percentage. That is depends on the journal paper. Yeah. If
Alright.
we say we try to minimize as much as possible. For the turning in, actually for the plagiarism, this is very that is a very clear cut. Some for the top 10 journal, they will ask for less than 5 or less than 10. And then for the Q1, maybe ask for less than 20 or 25. That is actually that is depends on the journal. Yeah. Okay. So I hope I answered the
Alright. I hope that's answer Hidayah Ghazali questions. Okay, let's move on with Ms. Ho to another question from Nur Izzati Roslan. So her question is, let's say I have 3 co-authors in my team and we decided to let everyone contribute in writing the manuscript. Can you share the best way in delegating the writing task?
Okay. Very good question. Okay. Actually, for the writing, there is a team. It could be a solo job. It can be a teamwork. For the teamwork, it will make the job much more easier. But with consensus and clean and clear discussion before that. Okay, for the authorship, actually we are whoever contribute to the writing, we include in the author. In IKN, we declare so. Okay, siapa ada tulis, siapa ada nama. But some one of my paper with the surgeon one, okay, the surgeon already at the first stage when we want to start the writing, surgeon declare already, I have no time to writing, but you can have you write it and then I try to review in the grammar, okay, and then he agreed to contribute for the publication fee. Okay, fine, there will be a contribution. So over here, I just sharing a little bit what we all did in IKN, or for those that involved in your case management. Okay, we can try to divide into sharing for the introduction who want to take over result discussion. Try to discuss among the author. If there is some disagreement, try to make the consensus. But if that is impossible, maybe we try to ask the one that's quite busy one. Maybe you can try to check the grammar, or maybe you can write the cover letter. You can check for the reference, whatever. You need to contribute in the manuscript for you to put a name in the manuscript. Usually for the corresponding author, first author will be the one in charge of the patient. Okay, other than that, just support. Yes, we can do so. Yeah.
All right. So thank you, Ms. Ho, for your answer. Let's move on to the next question from Tiong Lee Fang. So her question is, Ms. Ho, academic or MOE, site has access Turnitin to check for plagiarism. For MOH, what resource can we use to check for plagiarism when we want to publish paper or case reports?
Yeah. Okay. For the turning in, thank you, Li Fang, for the good question as well. This problem that we face during my first paper, actually I'm not aware what is a plagiarism. After I check with the CRC, and then we try to in KKM we really we didn't subscribe it. Maybe we can ask help from the friends that from the university, academician, or for those that further study, we can ask for the help. Yeah.
All right. I hope that's clarified, Tiong Li Fang. All right. Moving on to the next question by Nur Farhana Mat Said. Do you have any experience that patient refused to give consent?
Yeah. Okay. Usually for the patient that in KKM, okay, for the patient refuse to give the consent, maybe they will be due to inadequate information we give. Okay, means kami tak jelas sangat apa matlamat, what is the objective that we use the data. The patient maybe worried on, and then some patient will be takut. You nak guna data I untuk apa? Is it will affected my disease management letter? Usually the patient will be concerned about nanti others akan orang lain akan tahu tak ini saya, gambar ini saya punya. Okay, adakah action saya ini akan ganggu rawatan saya lepas ini? Nanti orang ramai tahu keadaan saya. So they are concerned. Actually, we can try to solve it with the proper conversation of the discussion with the patient or the family member. Okay, guna all the data that is this anonymous means name or the IC number for the ID, the patient, the reader cannot detect that is you. Okay, and then with this, it won't affect your treatment in the hospital. Okay, and then it's very sensitive when we use a picture of the patient. Usually a patient will refuse. Before this, there is a patient that concerned about, I ask the consent for the use of the photo of the patient leg. That is very edema, anasaka feature. And then the patient first question, nampak muka saya tak? Ada ID yang akan detect itu saya tak? And that will be the patient concern actually. With the clear explanation and we try to make it this anonymous, I think the patient can be discussed. If let's say the patient really refuse it, maybe we can try to get another people to explain to her or him, or ask your colleague or doctor or any other profession to talk to the patient. It might help.
Okay, thank you, Miss. I think it's a very clear explanation. All right, let's move on to the next question. I think this question is quite interesting, Miss Ho. From Nur Syamaimi Ahmad. How do you keep a complicated case study clear and easy to understand?
Okay. We try to highlight one or 2 points for each case. Actually, bila kita handle case, macam-macam patient get. And then especially for the current patient, is full package. DM hypertension, CKD, and then want to surgery. How much protein I need to give? Yeah, and then we try to focus 1 or 2 points for the complicated case, and then or you can discuss among your team member which point that what we want to highlight, and then we try to highlight that rather than spell out everything. That it will make the case study too much highlight point. The reader cannot focus on.
Right. So the key point is to highlight the important point and highlight the objective of the case study.
Yeah.
Then you can make the case clearer. Right. So now we have Faris Omar. His question: how to avoid personal bias during case study? For example, you have personal interest to certain nutrition intervention. However, based on your study, your observation confirmed that the said intervention is halfly effective. How can you avoid bias not reporting of all of observation to make sure your case study more interesting?
Yeah. Okay. So actually in KKM or in all the discipline actually, what we done is multidiscipline approach. When we want to clear or declare that is due to the nutrition, we try to highlight or everything that is maintained during your case flow. For the medication part, is there any changes? Then you need to discuss with the pharmacy that handle this case, or even the oncologist, surgeon, or any nephrologist, physician. If let's say that there is a changes in terms of the primary team, and then what you did, is it really betul ke sebab diet intervention? Then you have to communicate among your team member. Okay, or you try to trace the information from the PhD or the patient record. Is there any changes? One of my case study for the stoma output. Okay, the editor will ask me, is it due to the loperamide? Is it due to the Romatil? Reduce the stoma, and then with the data or the record from the patient record, the drug they use throughout the time, throughout the observation period, that is still remain the same. We try to put it with evidence rather than just simply say this. It's about diet. diet buat patient improve. We cannot say so with the evidence that we have actually. If not, try to discuss with your team. Okay, I hope I answered the question.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ho. All right, now moving on to the next question from Rabiatul. If we do not expose patients' personal information at all, do we still need to get patients' consent?
Yes, because the data that you use in the case, even though there is not personal information, okay, means we use the patient body weight from first visit to second visit. The kg, the data is belongs to the patient, belongs to the KKM for the treatment purposes, not for the writing purposes. Yes, we need the consent. Everything that we get from the patient, blood pressure, blood sugar, yes, we need the consent.
Okay, how about the consent from the hospital, Ms. Ho? Do we need to go through CRC to get the consent letter to publish the case study?
Okay, for the CRC part, for the case study, yes, during our publication, we need to seek the approval from the CRC to get the approval to publish the paper. Usually, when the journal accept the paper, usually CRC won't tricky so much. They are very supporting in terms of publication. Janji jangan guna duit dia. Yeah.
So yeah, that's the main thing. All right. So next question from Izuna Ahyani. If we use AI to generate ideas and rephrase it in our own words, can it still be detected as AI?
Okay, let's say if we use an AI to generate idea and rephrase it, how we rephrase it? Or let's say the AI that give a few point of the idea, maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we just summary the 5 into one paragraph with our own words. I don't think will be detected as an AI because all the words is from you. I don't think will be detected as AI.
Right. So next is from Fatin Izati. In case of retrospective case study, write up where there's no patient's personal information involved except for the patient's age, do we need to still get the patient's consent?
But I need more information. Let's say retrospective case study write up. Then you just ambil patient punya umur. So in the case study that what is the data that you presented?
Yeah.
Right, doctor?
Yeah, you are right. I think yeah, it's an incomplete question maybe.
Yeah.
Fatin, you can rewrite your question. Okay, let's move on to the next question from Fatima. Just want to ask, can you share from your institutions, is there a need to have ethical application consent from CRC, or we can just select the case to be the case report? I think the same question that I did ask just now. You have already answered the question. Can Ms. Ho?
Yeah. I mean, let's say the doctor question just now is for the publication. Yes, we need approval from the CRC. Just isi borang.
Yeah.
I think borang P1 to get the approval. Just for the ethical application, because the case report is it is a retrospective study. If let's say you want to apply the MMRR ID, yes, you can. You just click the case study report. You want to declare in the NNRR system and then get the MRR ID. Yes, you can do so. To just tick the case report part, but you need to prepare all the document that asked to lah.
Okay, all right. So next from Shamimi Ahmad, since you have published quite a number of case study reports, can you share what is the one thing that moved you to write your first case study?
Okay, actually as mentioned just now, my first ever case study will be in 2015 in when I'm in the restrict hospital actually. Actually, there is a very, very, very difficult case for me, for this case. Pediatrician asked the dietitian to adjust the diet to control the type 1 blood sugar. And then we did whatever theory that we have in the MNT. We try to find all the journal. Macam mana, how to make the patient feel full, tak curi makan with the controlled blood sugar. Pediatrician don't want to increase the insulin anymore. No point that we try to increase and then patient hypo sometime. And then we try to find the so-called solution with the hospital diet. We struggle a lot actually for that case. And then we called incidentally that time, we tried to, the patient is very hungry already on that time. And then they called out 230 or 2+. The piece was called. We saw the patient nak curi makan lagi. We stop him. Please come now. Pediatrician is here. Okay. Adik lapar type 1. Lapar sangat. Geram dia. 10 years old. Okay, macam mana dietitian? Doktor, MO pandang dietitian. Pediatrician pandang dietitian. Consultant some more. Takut saya. Okay, macam mana solve? Okay, try. Maybe protein. Okay, protein tak ada karbo kan on that time. Just on that time I still freshy. I'm freshy dietitian. Less than 5 years. I still young. Okay, so after on that case, I try to ask the patient have the hard-boiled egg together with the sandwich. Add on one protein, and then end up after that the patient practice every meal rather than main meal snack. Every time will be a protein, and then the blood sugar control. Then we will wow. After we try to search a lot of MNT and how we overcome it, and then we ask senior. Okay, then yeah, we finding something that didn't mention in the MNT or in the previous journal. Then that's why we think of okay, maybe we can write up. Consultant pediatrician suggest that we just follow lah. Okay lah, write out. On that time, I tak tahu pun apa itu case study. Baru try to seek the opinion. Yeah. A little bit of sharing for me. Sorry, too lengthy. Yeah.
I think it's a good story and motivation to all of us. When we have new things, we want to share with others as well. Okay. From Faris Omar, how many case study you publish per year, if you can share?
Per year. Bila ada interesting case, we try to publish. Means kita dah try MNT as kita punya core, kita punya Quran, okay? MNT tak jadi juga. Try to find journal, tak jadi juga. Patient complain juga. And then we try to find any. Actually, case study for me, for dietitian, actually we are try and error. Okay, so maybe for the ileostomy part, actually there is very struggle as well. The surgeon, during our walk round, the multidiscipline walk round, the surgeon will be try to, okay, the patient output is how much today? 24 hours, how much? And then, okay, output tinggi, then pharmacy, naikkan anti-diarrhea, anti-mortality. Then surgeon try to cut Sebab lagi banyak makan, lagi banyak output. Doctor try to cut, surgeon try to cut. Dietitian, I want to cut the susu. Don't ask a patient to drink the susu. But from dietitian part, the patient is inadequate energy intake. Right? So you ask the boss, is it possible? Damau, I nak patient minum susu. So surgeon throw out one question. Okay, I let your patient to drink the susu, to drink the formula, but you make sure there is an output control. Wow. Okay, anti-diarrhea, anti-mortality already to the max dose. Okay, so we try to switch for the for the ileostomy case report. For the standard formula, and then we try fiber, is it fiber helps? And then we try to fiber enrich. Lagi worse, tak boleh. Okay, semi-elemental. Elemental patient tak minum. Pahit, tak sedap. Okay, try to find another thing. Coincidentally, pun try and error juga. We try to use a standard formula and then we plus all the pH, GG, and then we finding that, wow, that is a very good outcome. And then patient energy protein intake adequate with the ONS support, blood stomach output control with the current anti-mortality and anti-diarrhea agent, and then surgeon pass. Yeah, actually discussion is very important among the team to solve the problem.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Ho. Sorry, Ms. Ho, because we have a lot of questions in the chat box. Now, from Farhana Mat Syed, can you share how do you get the funding for publication?
Okay, very, very quick question. I try to ask wherever I go, CRC, NIH. Okay, no, we have no funding on it. If possible, we get try to have the free one. If that free, kena bayar, we have to pay, and then we try to tong among the order. We just share out. We just share out with with the consensus. Yeah. Except the case with the surgeon, the one with surgeon, the surgeon donate for the publication fee. Thank you for the support. Yeah. The fund will be an issue, yes.
Okay. Okay, we have another question from Eloise. Do you decide to take a case to be a case study once the result achieve the objective of intervention, or you choose the case first and try your best to achieve the objective of the intervention?
Okay. For the case study, there is a retrospective case actually. Every patient, we have the objective of our intervention, right? Let's say for the cancer patient during treatment, what our objective is try to maintain current nutrition status, no weight loss, adequate energy intake. Then usually we take the case as a case study and then so-called worth to be written as a paper or as a manuscript that worth is berbaloi for us to tong our duit, our salary, part of our salary to pay the publication. If the case there is something that could be learned among our dietitian, then yes, it will be the case study. If let's say the case with the normal MNT, okay, before surgery, after surgery, we use the high protein, high calorie diet, and then with the ONS, with the usual method, the patient improve. Actually, there is a case, but it's maybe not to the level that we can be published because there is a no highlight point unless we try to find the point that we want to highlight. Just like what one of my colleague case, usual method, high protein, high calorie, and then ONS means the formula. The patient really cannot make it, and then the main problem is just the color of the ONS. The patient really benci the warna putih. with the white color drink, it will vomit. And then we try to modify the color of the formula on it. We add on the coffee or add in the Milo to make it gao. And then the patient can complain. Then maybe that is a point that we want to highlight. The how we handle the patient, just like what I mentioned before in the slide. From the real world, we want to practice our MNT, our theory, how we could carry out and then have an outcome that we wanted. The way is it normal pathway or there is anything special happen inside, and then we try to discuss on it, and then we can make it as a case study.
Okay, I hope that answers question from Eloise. So we have another question from Nur Izzati Roslan. Normally, how long did you take to complete one case write-up?
Okay, depends on is it a teamwork or a solo work, a solo job? Difficult to answer, doctor. Bergantung kepada patient load. Patient load dalam a patient is not much. Let's say less than 10 or less than 20. Yes, there's a 1 hour or 2 hours I can sit down and then. But sometimes when we purposely sit down and then want to open out the laptop and then want to writing, actually nothing come out. Yeah, depends on the idea. We try to spare maybe half an hour, 15 minutes every day. If let's say you have the case in writing, try to spare 30 minutes to 1 hour, if possible, to write something in your idea. If you got idea, writing or in any form. Yeah. How long to take is quite difficult to answer. Sometimes the idea there already. 1 week. If no, 1 year. Yeah. We are not full-time academician or researcher. Kerja hakiki perlu buat juga. Siap dulu. Bos Sherry biasa cakap, siap kerja, you nak writing. Kerja tak siap, tak boleh write. Yeah.
Okay, so it depends on many situations to complete a case study. Right, now from Gan Wan Jing, does it mean patient's consent obtained at later time after decided to take it as case study, or Ms. Ho will get consent from all patients?
No, because the case study is a retrospective. When we find out, we will observe or monitor until the end of the treatment, and then we see the outcome, and then we will try to analyze it, and then we try. It means analyze it, we see how the patient progress. Is it any highlight point or any sparking point that we want to highlight in this case? If yes, we get the consent. We are not get all the consent from all the patient. No time.
Yeah, okay. So another question from Faris Omar. How much is the cost to publish a case study?
Okay, this will be answered in my next presentation.
This is the advanced question, so we keep it for later session.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Ho, I have a question. I know that you have published a lot of papers, right? Specifically on case study. Can you share your experience, the comments from the reviewer after you submit the paper?
Okay. Actually, sadly to say, we are allied help. We are supporting team. We are not primary team. Usually, the reviewer are asked, how sure are you the outcome is from your diet? Yes. It really hit me. Actually, yes, okay, fine. You ask, I show you with the data. Yeah, this is one question. Usually, actually, in the journal that accept case study, it's quite limited. And then a lot of them, the reviewer is not dietitian. Even though research paper, right, doctor? Yeah. A lot of the reviewer that is from the journal, let's say oncology, journal of oncology, most of the reviewer will be oncologists, doctor, or pharmacy. There's a little dietitian inside. We cannot say no. I try to be one of them. Try to stand out in the dietetic field. So they hardly to understand what our concern. And then we cannot deny the outcome of the patient. If want to declare 100% is due to the diet, we cannot say so because we just are supporting. So we try to control other factor that will contribute to the outcome. Then we prove to the reviewer that the outcome is mostly due to the diet. For the case study, we cannot say 100% the outcome is due to our diet because it's just a case study. We just want to highlight the idea. To confirm the effect, we need another study or RCT on that. We try to just highlight the spark that we used during the handling the case. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you for sharing. So I think that's a very important point to all researchers and dietitians who would like to publish a case report. Do not get demotivated by that questions, but always discuss with colleagues and friends so that you can still publish the case reports. All right. So the next question, is there any difference between case study to present in a conference and to publish in a publication?
Yes. In the presentation, we just highlight the point that we think it is worth to be shown. But during publication, a lot of the idea of the suggestion of the comment from the reviewer that come in to question your outcome, your result. I appreciate it. It really helped me to make our case study to be more complete and presentable. It's different from the publication and the presentation. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So which one is easier, Miss Ho? To start off. Because I think to start off, which one is easier? Because I think most of us, some of us may have experience in publication. Some may just new and want to try. So do you suggest to start off with poster and later case write-up, or they can just straight away go for case write-up?
Depends on the honor. For my case, I publish first before I present. But let's say you are not sure, on your case study. You think that I need to listen to more opinion. Maybe you can present first. Then during the presentation, the panel, the judges will shoot question. There's all those questions that might be from reviewer. Then you can publish or polish more in terms of your manuscript, or use the question and as to guide you to in the writing, especially in the discussion. In the discussion, try to jawab the soalan from the panel. It might help as well.
Yeah, that's very true. All right. So I think Miss Ho, there's no questions in the chat box. We shall break for a while, 5 minutes break, and then we will continue with the next session. Yeah. All right, guys. 5 minutes break. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Fakulti Sains Kesihatan. Ia bermula pada tahun 1996 dengan 6 program sains kesihatan peringkat diploma. Pada tanggal 15 Mac 2004, Fakulti Sains Kesihatan dengan rasminya ditubuhkan dengan permulaan 6 program diploma. Asas penubuhan fakulti ini adalah bertujuan untuk melahirkan golongan profesional dalam kalangan orang Melayu dan Bumiputera dalam bidang sains kesihatan. Sejajar dengan aspirasi Universiti Teknologi Mara, kini Fakulti Sains Kesihatan telah mengendalikan sehingga 41 program di peringkat diploma hingga ke peringkat doktor falsafah, merangkumi 8 disiplin sains kesihatan. Sains Kesihatan merangkumi 3 elemen berteraskan pengajaran, penyelidikan dan perkhidmatan kesihatan. Demi melahirkan graduan yang profesional, Fakulti Sains Kesihatan menggunakan pendekatan penyampaian berdasarkan outcome-based education selaras dengan keperluan Malaysian Qualification Framework (MQF). Kecemerlangan akademik Fakulti Sains Kesihatan ini diterajui oleh tenaga pengajar yang kompeten, terdiri daripada staf akademik dan staf sokongan dalam mencapai kecemerlangan di sudut pengajaran serta penyelidikan. Dengan mengamalkan moto gemilang bersama, Fakulti Sains Kesihatan akan terus cemerlang di pesada nasional dan antarabangsa serta membawa bersama aspirasi murni UiTM untuk memertabatkan cerdik pandai Bumiputera yang akan terus mencurahkan bakti kepada agama, nusa dan bangsa.
All right, Assalamualaikum and good day, everyone. Welcome back to the Dietetics Online Workshop 2024, Case Study Manuscript Writing, Mastering Clinical Manuscript from Drafting to Publication. This webinar is organized by Pusat Terapi Diet, FSK UiTM, in collaboration with Malaysian Dietitian Association, MDA. For your information, this year, our Fakulti of Health Sciences celebrating our 20 years anniversary of establishment of Faculty of Health Sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next session with Ms. Ho. All right. So next session, we are going to have another talk by Ms. Ho entitled Refining Your Manuscript, Preparing for Submission. Therefore, Ms. Ho, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Doctor. Then we continue to dive in the writing world. Okay. So over here, I try to explain a little bit on the how to refine our manuscript and then prepare for the submission. Okay. So now we already done the manuscript. Okay, writing from the title, abstract, introduction, case presentation, discussion, conclusion, done. Okay, roughly the main will be done already. Then over here we try to submit. Okay, so over here the title, what title will be suitable for a case study? Okay, so maybe before I start the slide, maybe I share another thing first, Doctor, boleh?
Yes, yes, sure, Ms. Ho.
Okay.
Please.
Sekejap macam mana kecikan? Sekejap. Okay. Okay. Sini. Okay. 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 So. Okay. I share one of the paper that I submitted. Okay. So this is a case study that the patient colorectal cancer patient, other stoma, then patient chemo. Then with the dia punya stoma output become very high. Sebab chemo induced. And then oncology refer to surgeon, try to settle the high stoma output. So as usual from the surgical team, and we try to do whatever we have already, and then still high. Then with this case, okay, first for the abstract, we just straight to the point. What is the problem now? Okay, usually for the abstract, usually I will use 2 sentences. One, what is the problem? Second, what is the target or the objective? And then straight away go to the case presentation. Okay, what happened of the patient, and then apa kita guna the usual care, TPN lah, tapi tak boleh TPN forever. Then kita start semi-elemental, tak jadi. Okay, what is the next? Subsequently, this is the thing that we try to intervene. Okay, then discussion, conclusion. That is roughly the abstract. And then for the keywords, how many keywords we should put depends on the journal. Usually, 5 to 8. We try to highlight apa yang kita nak highlight kat dalam case ni. So over here for the title, I want to highlight the guagam for the high stomach output but chemo-induced. Over here, we try to highlight it. And then introduction, just what I mentioned just now, satu paragraph. It's about limited words ataupun limited page I have. So case presentation, blah blah blah. Then I put the result in the chart. Energy intake throughout the management, and then discussion. Straight away discussion after the explanation, the flow of the case. Yeah, that's it. Then limitation. A little bit like the research paper, but much more short rather than the research paper. So now we try to jump in. How to refine? Okay, so over here, first I was talk a little bit on the self-editing. How to select the right journal. This one will be answered the question just now. Understand the submission process, peer review feedback, deal with the revision and rejection. Okay, self-editing. This is the one before we go to the journal, before we submit to the editor. We have to make sure that our manuscript is readable. The main issue that we face over here is our main language is Bahasa, is not English. So our English may be not up to their standard. Okay, so usually the paper from all those like not English as a first language country, usually they will ask us to go through a proofread service. Most of the journal will offer the service. If let's say you had a grant, you can go through. If not, then we try to have our own method. Okay, to increase the quality of our paper, well structured and impactful enough to be published. So after we write it, don't straight away read it. Take a break, 2 or 3 days, and then after that we try to read it by ourselves to check the flow. I as a first author, I understand the flow or not. The structure, is it make sense? Is it logical? And then is it our writing, our manuscript focus on what we want to talk about? Let's say over here we want to talk about fiber, but in the writing we thought a lot on the energy and protein. Something wrong. Then we have to rewrite it, revise it. Okay, and then check with the consistency. Okay, editing tools, it might help. Try to focus on introduction and conclusion to highlight. For the introduction, we highlight the problem that we face it. The conclusion means we have the answer for our introduction. Is it make sense? For the introduction, we mentioned about, let's say we mentioned about stomach output, fiber, energy, protein. But in the conclusion, we mentioned about the body weight and quality of life and something wrong. Okay, we have to consistent. Cut the unnecessary details. Check the objectivity. Is it we meet the objective or not? Double check the citation and data. Is it? Is there any typo? Okay, and then we give feedback. We try to get the feedback from other colleague, others physician. Okay, so select the right journal. It is very important that we try to reach, or we try to find the home for our manuscript, because we want to reach the appropriate audience. We want to talk to all those like okay, let's say dietitian. We want to talk to the dietitian or the dietetic student, or those that interest in the nutrition on our case. Then they will appreciate. Let's say surgeon present a case study, how they operate the patient, present to dietitian. Shall we appreciate it? I'm not sure. Okay, so the audience is very important. We will try to do the right journal, or what we can say is, for my case, there is oncology or surgical, and then I submit to the bariatric journal. That will be totally wrong already. Okay, we try to identify our target audience based on our case study types, or the disease or the background. Okay, journal scope and focus. That this one we can try to have the detail from the journal website, and type of the study, reputation and impact factor. Reputation means, is it black market journal? Okay, scam ke, kita hantar tapi tak publish, and a few months after that, then our paper will be published with others author's name. It might be happen. And then impact factor. For the academician, yes, I think the impact factor is very important for you all. For the dietitian in the ground, actually, janji boleh publish, and then a proper journal, we will very appreciated already. Then, is it open access or have to subscribe? Publication frequency, turnover time, means this one, how long we need to wait for the publication. Okay, peer review process, journal index, publication, they are published case study. From there, we can see how's the style of the journal published, and then check the author guideline. This one is very, very important, the author guideline. We have to edit our manuscript according to the format. All those information will be available in the author guideline. Okay, publication cost, and then we try to consult with the colleague or any mentor. Okay, over here, try to be careful during consider, because you might select a journal that not really fit your scope or audience. Okay, it might affect your impact. Okay, example of the journal that for the case study, actually the show over here is head journal, MNJ case report, journal of medical case report, clinical case report. Over here, the case report that published in journal over here usually will be more to primary team case report or nephrology. Okay, oncology or surgeon. Usually, you can try. So if let's say your case study is very impactful. Okay, this is the thing that usually I use. Okay, how to select the right journal? There's a lot of the journal over there in the market. So which journal that we want to select? We try to use this. This website is very useful for me. Okay, usually for the case study or the research article, I try to use this manuscript matcher to help me to narrow the journal that I can select. Okay, this is free. You can try to register an account in this master journal list, the query website. Then you can try to copy paste your title over here. Okay, sorry, title over here, and then you even can copy paste your abstract over here, and then try to find the journal. They will give a list of the journal and then the journal detail, impact factor, how much is in the impact factor, how frequent if they publish, how much the cost. Over here, you can try to narrow it your selection. It can help. Okay, so over here, let's say we select the European Journal of Nutrition as a target journal. Then we try to go in their website, and then usually try to go to the submission guideline or author guideline. Click over here, it will appear this, and then they will list all the things we can adjust or revise our manuscript format according over here. So not all the journal that accept case report. So over here, the type of paper over here, we can see, we can click in and then we check, see whether they accept the case report or not. If yes, then you can further read out. If no, you can close it already. Okay. The other thing is you have to check on the open access fee and funding over here. Let's say the journal already meet your expectation, means the area of the journal that is your audience. Okay, means let's say your oncologist cancer case want to talk about how to manage a cancer patient. Okay, then you try to find a journal of oncology or related, and then you find, okay, it is accept the case study and meet your audience target. Next is to check whether the fee, the publication fee. Okay, if this is appear like this, then you can close already. Okay, you have to check the article publishing charge, APC. Okay, in the dollar, 3,690. If you have the grant, yes, you can try to publish it. If no, maybe it's not the home of your manuscript. Okay, over here there is an impact factor 3.2, and then citation score over here. You can see how strong is the journal is. Okay, so after you get the journal that you want to submit it already, that is one of the example, the clinical nutrition expert. Okay, another thing is for the journal, usually there are two arms. One is open access, another thing is subscribe. If there is two arms, then we can try to submit, because some of the, I'm not sure is it all. Okay, for the subscribe arm, it will be free. Let's say your manuscript is powerful enough, you think you are confident, maybe you can try on the subscribe arm, that might be free of charge. Okay, so for the clinical nutrition expert, you open it and then submit a you click submit a manuscript, it will appear over here. Try to sign up as a author login. Okay, after that, when you have the account already, you log in, and then it will appear in there's a pathway. You just follow, okay, article type, and then you type case study or case report. Then after that, next, it will attach a file. And then you attach whatever they ask to. Usually there is a manuscript, cover letter. Some journal will ask the separated figure or separated table in other document. Then you just do whatever in the instruction. Then general information usually will be the your abstract, your keywords, okay, and then review preference. Usually some of the journal will ask you to suggest who is the reviewer that you prefer. And then there's another section will be who is the reviewer you and you do 1, 2, and then you give the information. Let's say my paper I submitted, and then my reviewer, my preference, the reviewer will be Dr. Muhammad Ramadan, okay, and then the reviewer that I don't want to is Puan Nur Shamimi, let's say, okay, just a contoh, okay, and then for the additional information will be any other co-author you want to add on, okay. Usually, see which journal that you publish. Some journal will limit 10 author in a paper. Some journal that will be no limitation, depends on your journal that you choose. Okay, and then comment, and then manuscript data, everything you've done already, just proceed. And then after that, at the last of that, you are confirm with this document, and then proceed submit. That's it. Then waiting for the review. Okay. There will be peer review and feedback. Means after we submit, usually the journal depends on the journal. Some journal will take 3 to 6 months. Some journal will take 9 to 12 months. Depends on the journal speed. Usually paid journal will be more speed up rather than the free journal. Okay. Usually after they've done the review, okay, over here there is 2 stage. First, at the first stage, editor already reject you. Then we won't go to the reviewer stage. Okay, usually we will get very fast response if the editor reject. 1 to 3 days already get the reject. Okay, fine, find the next home. Okay, if let's say go to the reviewer after the review, they will list out all the comment, and then they will usually email you. Okay, manuscript with this ID number. Okay, major revision. Actually, I prefer to get the email with a major revision, minor revision, whatever. Revision that means there's a chance for us to submit, to revise, and then there's a chance to be published. If let's say, okay, so after the review, they will list out all the review. Okay, reviewer 1, thanks for the chance for review. They will give all their comment over here. Okay, so our job now is to revise our manuscript according to the comment that mentioned above. Mereka tak cakap, tak payah buat. What is the review comment? Just answer it. Don't need to do any revision. If let's say you think you are satisfied with your writing already, just answer the question or their comment or their concern. Yeah, this is the one. Submitted already. And then paling tak suka tengok ni. I'm regret to inform you. Sebelum ini, before that, the first ayat will be praise your, okay, there's a good good case study, but however, we are unable to proceed with the review. Yang itu maknanya reject. Okay, then macam mana handle? How to deal with the revision and rejection? Actually, revision, there is a chance for us to revise our manuscript to make it more presentable and impactful. I'm very appreciate all those comments from the reviewer. Make the manuscript more powerful and impactful. And even though rejection, it might help in terms of the manuscript improvement. Some of the rejection they will try to spell out or try to list down why they reject. Then we try to answer the point by point to improve our manuscript so that the next reviewer won't reject us. Okay, so try to maintain a very constructive approach. It really can improve your works and increase the chance lastly will published. Okay, understand the feedback. Try to read out. When we get the email that asks for the revision, it's very yeah. Okay, but all those feedback or comment we try to stay objective and positive because it will help us to improve our quality of our writing. Okay, carefully read out the feedback and categorize in the comment, list down, and then we go one by one. Okay, and then try to answer it. Stay objective and not defensive. Okay, we need to respect the reviewer. Most of the reviewer review the paper is FOC, free of charge. They spend their time, spend their effort to read and then to give a comment. Actually, it might help. All those comments might help. Okay, try to respond to the criticism that objectively help to improve our manuscript. Avoid taking feedback personally. Means okay, reviewer ni confirm benci tak suka saya punya approach. Jealous kita punya approach, kita ada good patient outcome. No, don't do so. Okay, because the patient, the reviewer goal will help us to improve. Address each point one by one. Okay, let's say there is a plan or there is a comment that you disagree. You can do so, but explain in the feedback letter. Nanti saya akan bagi satu contoh. Okay, create a revision plan, structure approach, how to tackle all those point by point. Okay, and then prioritize significant change before the minor edit. Plan your time to meet the journal revision deadline. Usually the journal will give a deadline for this revision. Try to make the revision before the deadline and then submit, or else it will might treat it as you give up. You tarik diri. Okay. Try to respond to each comment. Provide a clear and detailed response. Okay, to each feedback. Below, when we submit, we try to include a response letter. Means apa yang kita dapat, point by point. Okay, and then how we revise our manuscript. Kalau if you are agreed with the comment, if not, try to explain as well. Kenapa you tak revise at that point. Okay, and then after that, after revise, we go through all the process again. Read. Okay, after read, bagi klik, baca, faham tak? Bagi other profession in your study for the or your author to read up on the revision. Any point, any suggestion they want to add on. Okay, means proofread, and then we try to resubmit. It is one of the contoh. Okay, this is the response letter. Over here, we try to mention revision. In the case, I showed in the track changes. Okay, and respond. Then for the reviewer comment, we try to speed up. Okay, usually for the first ayat or the first sentence, they will puji a little bit. Okay, then we just say thank you lah. And then for the next comment, okay, apa comment dia? What's the comment and then what's the response? Comment, respond. Respond, revision kat bahagian mana? Table, page, line, paragraph mana? We try to make the reviewer to ease the reviewer to find the revision. Okay, to make her or his mood as stable as possible. If we just mention and then okay, revision already done, you'll find yourself. Kalau you baca Dr. Muhammad Ramadan baca pun marah. After that, the comment will be very rude. Okay, so we ease the reviewer job. Okay, to make it easier to find the revision. Okay, if let's say reject, it's okay, never mind. Okay, there's a chance for us to improve our paper actually, to add on the point, to revise, or to make the sentences more clear. Okay, every rejection is a step closer to find the right journal. This is the words or the sentences or the motivation I usually talk to myself. It's okay, tak apa, reject, tak apa. I cari rumah yang terbaik untuk paper saya. Okay, so understand why the paper rejected. Usually the editor will summarize or try to list out all the comment from the reviewer why they reject our case study or our paper. It's okay, never mind. We buy it. We try tengok apa yang kita boleh revise. Okay, mungkin kita salah journal. Okay, maybe we just submitted to the wrong journal. Okay, don't take it too personally, just like the revision. Okay, consider reviewer feedback and then do the revision. The revision, try to answer the reviewer feedback so that you maybe can improve your witness of your manuscript actually. Okay, sometime after they are not reject, okay, let's say they are not reject, actually after the comment we will think, okay, maybe we can submit it to the other journal. Then we have to write to the editor, okay, we withdraw. Yes, we can do so. Okay, then some will be rejected already, and then kita rasa kita memang boleh publish kat journal ni, then kita boleh appeal. Tapi ini saya tak pernah buat appeal. We try to find another journal. Okay, so we can learn from the experience. Rejection actually offer opportunity for us to grow and learn, to improve and strengthen up our writing skill. Okay, so rejection is very natural and normal in the publication pathway. I think Dr. Muhammad Ramadan, you feel it, right? Yeah, it's okay. Never mind, reject. It's okay. Revision, it's okay. I did it for you. But try to improve your writing. Okay, try to stay persistent, flexible, open to all the comment, reviewer comment. Try to treat it openly and correct it, revise it. It will much improve your writing, your write-up much better at the end of the final version that the journal accepted, and then you go to the first version that you just submitted to the previous rejected journal, and then you find out, my paper is improved a lot after all the comment. Yeah, actually a very appreciated and try to enjoy it. Okay, enjoy your writing. All the best, and thank you for your time. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ho, for a very interesting sharing. We learned a lot through your experience and the process of publication. I believe that everyone in this room learned a lot. So, Ms. Ho, shall we proceed with the Q&A session? We have 2 questions in the chat room. The first question from Nur Farhana Mat Said. Usually, how do you select or who to review your paper for the peer review?
Okay, who to review my paper? First, for the reviewer that cannot from your team, the reviewer cannot from your setting. Means, okay, let's say I submit a paper, a manuscript, and then for the reviewer suggestion there, saya tak boleh, I cannot suggest my colleague. Okay, first, I cannot suggest other department from IKN because there is a conflict of interest. Okay, then yeah, usually I will try to find the reviewer from my reference. Yeah, right? Kan, Dr. Muhammad? Kan?
Yes,
Betul kan?
yes.
Okay,
True.
yeah, betul. Okay, sebab we are in the same interest. Because we are same interest, then they might know what I write in my case study. Yeah, let's say I writing for the ileostomy case study, and then I suggest for a nephrologist to review my paper. No, because it's not their field. They cannot give the concrete feedback, maybe. Yeah. That's the way we try to find the reviewer. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Ho. Just now in previous session, we have a question from Faris Omar about the cost to publish a case study.
Yeah. The range is very big. Just what I show in the slide. It might be few K in US dollar, or even though in pound. So if let's say we didn't have any money, the publication fee is from the our pocket. Then we have to try to demand as possible lah. And then the thing is, we want to tong, huh? Okay, we cannot ask 1,000 from each author. We are not fully researcher. We are not full-time writer. So publish paper saya punya gaji pun sama. Right. So yeah, we just want to highlight the point in the practitioner or the in the field. So ada yang free. We try to find it. When I published the first paper, the Asian Journal of Nutrition, on that time, still free. Yeah. The paper that I published MJN, at that time, still free. After that, they try to charge. Then, over here, currently, the Asian Journal of Dietetics, until this year, still FOC. Starting next year will be charged. So, try to speed out your writing, try to catch before they try to charge. Okay? If let's say you have money, let's say, okay, the surgeon say, I sponsored your publication fee. Wow. Okay, boss, how much you have? How much you want to offer? Okay, let's say the surgeon that of sponsored case study will be, I give you 1K, less than 1K. Jangan lebih 1K. 1K you bayar sendiri. Surgeon say, okay, it's okay, tak apa. Okay, saya ada 1K. Cari. Usually go to the potential journal, and then first, after they accept the case study, try to find the APC. See how the charge. More than that, out. More than that, try to update. Unless you have money. Okay, depends. The range actually depends. There's a pulo K pun ada. Okay, there's a few. Another thing is open access and subscribe that I mentioned just now. If let's say your paper is very powerful, you can go to the Q1 or T10 journal. Some of that they were free if under subscribe right? Yeah, you can do so.
Okay, hope that answer Faris Omar. Now, from Nur Shamimi Ahmad, how long is the duration for correction after feedback from reviewers?
Okay, the duration of the correction depends on the journal. Some journal will, usually the journal will give you a deadline. Okay, usually will be range 2 to 3 months. You have the time to revise, unless the journal that you submitted, that is a special issue. Means they want to publish fast. Okay, then you have to meet the deadline. Usually they will give the deadline. Really, previously there is the paper, there is no case study, there's a paper that I tried to submit in the special issue. Yeah, 1 week. Okay, and then I'm not a full-time researcher. Then ambil cuti lor. Cakap dengan boss, saya ambil cuti. Okay, it's about review paper. Okay. Then we can meet the deadline. Usually it won't be a very short. It will 2 to 3 months.
Okay. All right. From Nur Izzati, what if we disagree with the reviewer's comments to our paper?
Okay. Before we disagree, we have to find the evidence and the previous study as a backup our point. We want to insist, let's say that just like what I mentioned just now, the reviewer said the stomach output is due to the drug, it's not due to your intervention. Okay, I'm not disagree. So I try to justify with the evidence, the drug throughout the monitoring period. Okay, is such. You can disagree, but with the concrete evidence and try to convey professionally. Jangan cari gaduh.
Yeah, please be nice to reviewer if you want to get accepted. Okay, so we have another question from Faris Omar. What is your opinion if reviewer has personal issue with you? For example, maybe reviewer previously disagreement with you and you suspect that he or she may not review you professionally. What is your action?
Okay, before we jump to this outcome, usually if there is experience with such reviewer, I will try to list her or him down in the at the part of the reviews. Siapa reviewer yang tak mau tu, saya akan list kat sana to avoid this happen. If let's say betapa tidak nasib baik, then you can withdraw. If let's say really you try to justify in the professional way. If let's say still tak okay, then last maybe you can withdraw, but you still can talk to the editor. I think, let's say you really think there's a not profession enough to review your paper, you can write to the editor. Editor will handle it. Don't worry. Before you withdraw. Withdraw is a very last action. I think the editor will settle it. Yeah.
I would agree with Ms. Ho. If you have any inquiries or anything, you can write an email to the chief editor of the journal. All right, moving on to the next question. Nurizati Roslan, can you share a bit about predatory journals? Have you encountered any?
Okay. For the predatory journal, usually we go to the journal we want to submit. We will try to find the journal website first, and then we check the journal background, the aim, the scope, and then we can counter check with the journal with the CSI report. Okay, if that is already listed, then it won't be a predatory journal. Predatory journal, usually they will send you email. Please submit your paper in this blah 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 journal. Okay, how fast it can be processed, whatever. Then don't buy the idea.
Yeah.
If they send you email, ask you to submit paper, don't do so. Check first. Yeah, to protect your intelligent property.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a good advice, Ms. Ho, especially for those who just publish a paper. Normally, there are many predatory journals who will email you, and maybe you think that it is valid, but it is not. Most of the time, it is predatory journal. Right. So we have another question from Gan Wan Ching. Have you obtained funding from company that's selling product before? Does it cause bias on the results?
Obtain the funding for the company. For the case report, not yet. If there is, welcome to IKN. We can discuss. We can sign MOA. Okay. So yeah, we didn't. But we have the product that sponsored. Some company they provide us a sample, right? Especially all those like new products. They provide us sample. If my suggestion is, if let's say the company really funded you, really sponsored you in terms of publication fee in the products, okay, but not pay you, but not yeah, pay the patient can. Okay, we need have a MOA or MOU among the company with your institute to make it clean and clear, or else later on SPRM, okay, or maybe a bias. We try to be a neutral and be professional. If let's say no, there's a no MOA, no MOU, I won't declare the name of the product in my case study because they didn't pay anything to the patient. They didn't fund it. Okay. And then the important thing is no MOA signed. We are not protected. So don't do so. If let's say there is a chance. Yeah.
Right. I think that's all for today's Q&A session, Miss Ho.
Wow.
Is there any other Q&A? Okay, Miss Ho.
Yeah.
Then we have one last question from Liang Z Hui. Wonder can a case report be used as a citation to other study, or can we cite a case report in our study?
Yes. Yes. Why the case report is published, that from my understanding, the case report, there is some learning point in there. So let's say we buy the idea of from that case report, and then in our study, with our data is supported and at this direction, yes, why not? We cite it. Yeah. Actually, case report is just what I said, is a sparking. We try to spark the idea, and then for other researcher or you yourself to carry out another study to support, to make the finding or your hypothesis more concrete later on. The case report just a sparking to your intervention. Maybe there is another new way for us to handle our patient in the future. So maybe it will be followed by a pilot study first. After pilot study, we find out there's a positive or a convincing outcome. Then maybe will be followed by RCT. Maybe by others researcher, maybe by yourself, or maybe by your colleague in other hospital. We are not sure, but we try to highlight your sparking idea in our didactic field. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would agree with Ms. Ho. I think where the discussion starts, when we decide how the papers work. Yeah. All right. So thank you very much. I think that will be the end of our session. Just to recap, what Ms. Ho shared with us. Submit a case manuscript, a case report, and although you have spent so much time doing the writings, clerking the case, but you need to stay humble and be open to any feedback from the reviewer, whether your paper rejected or accepted. Just be open, and if you get minor or major correction, think positive. Take it as a way to improve your paper, and hopefully after you improve, then you can easily submit to another publisher. Yeah. And please, everyone in the room, be nice to the reviewer to ensure that you will get published. Yeah. All right. Okay. So that will be the end of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, before we end, I would like to thank you to Ms. Ho and all the participants for your time. And we are going to have a photography session together with the speaker, committees, and also together with the participants. So I hope everyone can open your cameras, and I will pass this session to the technical team.
All right, everyone, you may turn on your video. Ready? Okay, we wait for a while. Yeah, there's some more. Okay, ready? There's someone still in dark. What's this? Okay, I think a lot of people already turned on the camera. Okay, get ready. In 3, 2, 1, smile. Okay, one more time. We take three times. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, and the final one. Okay, show your best smile. All right. Okay, thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you to the technical team for the photography session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the end of our program. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the organizer, Pusat Terapi Diet from the Center for Dietetic Study, Fakulti of Health Sciences, UiTM. And also thank you to the Malaysian Dietitian Association, MDA, for making this event possible. Dear respected participants, on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to invite you to join our upcoming programs. As shown on the screen, let's join our Pusat Terapi Diet Open Day on 24th October 2024 at Pusat Terapi Diet, UiTM Puncak Adam, and mark your calendars for our upcoming webinar on the application of nutrition formulas in patient care, happening from 5th to 6th November 2024. We look forward to seeing you there. Dear participant, on behalf of the organizing committee, we also would like to invite you to follow Pusat Terapi Diet Fakulti Sains Kesihatan on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. Discover expert tips, personalized diet advice, and the latest in nutrition science, all in one place. Begin your journey to a healthier lifestyle with us. Become part of our community now. To all dietitians in this room, please join the Malaysian Dietitian Association as a member to receive many benefits in the future program. To all participants, we hope that you had a wonderful time and gained some great insights from today's program. On behalf of the organizer, we truly appreciate your enthusiasm and active participation. Thank you for being part of this experience. For the attendance and feedback form, please scan the QR code displayed on the screen or click the link shared in the chat box. In addition, the organizer will email all participants a link to the e-cert, video recording, and procedures to claim MyCPD point within a week after the program, and the link will be available only 2 weeks after you receive the email. We look forward to welcoming you to our future programs. With that, thank you and Assalamualaikum.